It's Championship Sunday in Dubai. Two teams will battle it out, and we will have a winner. The Global Chess League has been a big move and a big win for the chess world. And to get the celebration started, we've got a very special guest joining us. It is the CEO and Managing Director of Tech Mahindra, Mr. Gurnani. Such a pleasure to have you with us.
Lovely evening, and looking forward to an exciting final, the exciting closing.
It's going to be a fun day of chess. You've got a huge final coming up. How has it been to see the league unfold and reach this big moment?
You know, Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, today, sitting here on 2nd of July, Sunday, I think it's almost like a dream come true. It was a dream, it was a vision, it was now a reality. So I can only say, you think I'm sitting, but I'm actually jumping.
I think the whole chess world is jumping. It's been a dream come true for the chess world. And Mr. Gurnani, what has been the role of innovative technology to revolutionize chess? We've never seen it like this before.
So I think we need to go back to the basics. The basics is from the day the chess was played, the traditional method was that you popularized it through schools, you made some of the icons like Vishwanath Anand, or the other icons all over the world become the role models. And then the world of AI versus human being, that really changed the rule.
Absolutely.
That means anybody with a smartphone could play against anyone. Now, I think what Tech Mahindra has done is not only created the Global Chess League, but also recreated the online offline model. They not only created this, they actually extended it to the metaverse. And today, when I walked in, when they said 231,000 people active on metaverse, I said, yay! That's what we wanted to achieve, because our goal is not thousands. Our goal is to take the chess from 600 million people of active users to 1 billion.
It's been incredible, and the metaverse has been such a cool feature to allow fans from across the world interact and actively be part of the Global Chess League. What was the vision behind this elevated fan experience, and how do you measure its success?
You know, I've always been one of those guys. I mean, we actually, if I look back in 2009, thanks to the Tech Mahindra taking over Satyam, we inherited the FIFA World Cup South Africa. And I ended up spending a week in South Africa watching this physical game, this intensely popular game called the FIFA World Cup. And my clear feeling was that if I buy $100 vacuum cleaner, I get better customer service than all the thousands of dollars I spent on buying a ticket for the FIFA World Cup. Why can't I change that customer experience? So what you're seeing today is 2010 FIFA World Cup of South Africa coming into 2023, 2nd of July, Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. And I do believe that we have repurposed the way we play, the way we engage, and the way we will evolve.
Truly, it's been an exceptional league, and we've set ourselves up for a big, big final. You're going to be outside cheering and jumping for the two games. Do you have a personal favorite in this match?
I mean, honestly, this is a Global Chess League. All I can say is that I didn't even think that it will become a Delhi versus Bombay.
Wow, amazing. This is going to be a fun day of chess. Mr. Gurnani, thank you so much for joining us. It's been amazing to have you here. And have fun today. It's the big final.
All right, Tanya, you keep us engaged, and thank you so much for your active participation.
It's such a pleasure. Well, it is a big day for the chess world, and we will be back with the grand final. Don't go anywhere. This is the Gladiators Arena, and there we see Mr. Anand Mahindra with Mr. Gurnani as everyone is getting ready for this big day. History will be made. We will have a winner of the first Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. Peter, I'm so excited. How are you feeling today?
Very excited. Jittery, I would even say. It's going to be a fantastic day, and the only thing I really am expecting is the appearance of the Spanish Inquisition. That's the only thing you can expect after the last 2 days we've had. Really, really fantastic tournament, and the dream outcome of the last couple of rounds.
And we can hear the applause out there. The world is getting ready. It is a brand new format for this grand final. Let's take a look at the day that's coming up, and the teams will be fighting, Peter, in a best of 2 in the rapid format, but completely different from what we've seen so far.
The major difference is a match win is a match win no matter what the score. Basic rules stay the same. Team plays all 6 games with one color, but whichever score the winning team achieves counts as a match win. If those 2 matches are tied, then they switch to Blitz. And even that might not be the end, as you can see on your screen. If the 2 Blitz matches are tied, then there will be the most exciting sudden death element of the entire final, where teams draw lots for the board number, and then that board fights it out in a sudden death game. If that's a draw, they choose a different board, and it continues until, as the name implies, sudden death.
So we might be in for a long day of chess or a short day of chess. What are the chances of this going down to the wire?
I want to see it going down the whole way. Hard to assign any probabilities, though. Should be extremely close, though.
It's going to be a close fight, and there we see the 2 teams who did make it to the grand final, and what a road they've had. The Triveni Continental Kings and the Upgrad Mumbai Masters will fight for ultimate glory. Celebrations there, high fives there. Peter, this is half the job done.
Yeah, they now need to refocus and play their best today. But they're all extremely seasoned professionals, apart from maybe from the prodigies. But even the prodigies these days are somewhat seasoned professionals. So they should be well adjusted to this, and we should see their absolute top chess today.
Top class chess, entertainment, that's what today will be about. We did speak to the icons and superstars of these 2 teams. Let's take a look at what they had to say about the upcoming finals.
This is one of the good comeback stories, and
we are doing everything right. We are bonding as a team. We are supporting each other.
we've shown in the last 4 matches that we're capable of winning matches.
I am lucky to play in one of the most awesome teams. The atmosphere is very good. So win or loss, I think we would still be together, and hopefully even next year we'll have the same score.
It will start with the best of 2 rapid, and we will have one team play with the white pieces, the other with the black pieces. And let's take a look at the team that starts with the white pieces. And we've got there Grandmaster Lokwan Valley for the Triveni Continental Kings, and the coach and captain of the Upgrad Mumbai Masters. It is Grandmaster Srinath. Handshakes, friendly smiles, but on the inside, Peter, a lot of rivalry today.
Absolutely, and clearly battle ready. Luki always looks battle ready, but Srinath there also, all business.
Yeah, and the Triveni Continental Kings starting the day with the white pieces. Is that an advantage for them?
I'm not sure, because the tournament was split into very distinct halves. In the first half, it looked like Black will completely dominate. Then there was a long period where Black could barely win a match. And then when it really mattered the most, in particular in matches against SG Alpine Warriors yesterday, Black won a lot of very decisive games. So today in particular, when they come back to back, I don't think it matters very much who starts with white.
What matters is to get the wins in. Let's take a look at the squads that will be fighting. And there we have it. The icons playing against each other. Levon Aronian has been the icon slayer. He will take on Maxime Vacher-Legrave. And it will be a big fight on every single board there. We will have the first move soon. Peter, which game out of these 6 stands out to you the most?
They're all very exciting, I think, in terms of the deciding the outcome of the match. Alexander Grishuk had much the better of Yuan Yi in the first 2 games, so that's the one I'm looking at.
It's a team competition. Every board matters, every game matters, every player matters, and we will have the first moves. Let's head over to the chess action. The business starts now. Big chess coming up with James, Katie, and Jesse.
Let's go. We are here, and it's the finals. I hope y'all are hyped. I'm in the studio with the ladies today. We are here with Ketty and Yessie. How are you?
Hey, James. What's up? It is such an honor to have this day here. Global Chess League, a big final is today. And you guys, this is going to be our final day at the competition this year.
Yeah, look at all the gentlemen in suits there in the spectators' side. You can see Mr. Mahindra and Samir, who's the organizer. And now we have those moments of silence before the games begin.
Moment of silence.
Right.
Moment of silence.
Everyone so focused, and we have one E4 already on the board, but that's not the move that was played in the game. That seems to be the first ceremonial move. And here we go.
Do you think he'll leave it on the board? Yes. And he presses the clock. I love that.
Like a big boss.
He left it on the board.
And
all right, guys.
wait, something's off. Oh, there. Wait, huh?
Is
This
not
is a different board.
Oh, that's a different board. That's not right. Okay, there we go.
So we have Rosalimo on the board.
Rosalimo.
On the icons board, Levon Oronian takes white pieces against MVL in the first round. And this is quite sharp opening, very sharp start of a day. The other matchups are looking also very nice and quite sharp. Jesse, which is the board that you're going to keep the eye on?
Probably this one. I believe there's a lot of history between these two players. They have more than 140 games between them over the board. And I believe in this tournament, the Global Chess League, they have 2 quality draws, or high quality draws that I'm reading here between the two of them. And yeah, I'm trying to see what the stats are saying. So MVL has a 10-point lead over the board in general over Levon. What do you think that means for this game?
Well, they have played so many games, Jesse, as you said, more than 100 games. But the most important is how they both feel now at this tournament, and we could see how excited Levon Oronian was yesterday when he and his team won the competition. I think this is really equal battle. This is really equal battle. James, what do you think? Which of these matches, 6 matches, will be decisive in the first round of the finals?
That's a good question. I'm going to say with all of them, okay? All of them are going to be decisive, right? And the reason why I say that is that you have to play high energy today. It's the finals, win or go home. There is nothing else to do. So you do have to actually play your best here, maybe take some few risks here or there. They're going to be seeing a lot of looking at the screens there. People are going to just be looking at the screen. This is how we saw yesterday for the finals there, or trying to go into the finals. They just kept looking at the screen. Yes, it's your move. I have a minute on the clock. Let me look at the screen and see what my players are doing, or my teammates. So we're going to see a lot of that today. So it's going to be a lot of decisive chess today.
We see right now Mr. Anand Mahindra, the man who is the main figure of this Global Chess League, and whose idea wasn't without his biggest support, it would not happen. He is so focused on the whole situation in the playing venue. It is a beautiful playing venue with a lot of lights. We also have a spectators chairs there, so it is truly the greatest place. Guys, I'm gonna ask our producers to bring the bird's eye view, because some of the games are already so interesting that look at this one, the juniors board.
G4
Bria against Cinderella. We can see that White's king is totally exposed. Somehow White has more pieces. It looks like White has extra bishop. And on top of that, we against Vidit, we do have already early G4. White decided not to castle on the short side, but instead to start the attack on the king side. Those 2 beautiful games already gets our attention. I think it's now our time to call Master Swindler to pick out of these 2 games.
Wow. Hello, everyone. And yeah, this is fantastic. Board 6, of course, is the one that attracts everyone's attention the most, I suppose, because that position looks like it came from some kind of a Fisher random position. But it is still all very well-known theory, perhaps somewhat disappointingly to some of our viewers, because it dampens the excitement somewhat. But it's still a very crazy position, and if at some point one of the players comes with a new idea, so far they're blitzing, I think both of them are on about 17 minutes from 15 starting. This could get very, very interesting, and obviously the position is extremely sharp. Black gives up a lot of material quite early to play against the white undeveloped pieces, and obviously the white king is quite vulnerable. But all of this so far is reasonably well known.
Right.
Bro, this is ridiculous. Did you see this? Like, man, there were so many tactics here. This thing was really wild here. And look how much time they have left, which means they are prepped here. They study Roy inside and out, and they are up time. Like both of them.
Still theory.
Wow. Sindarov has extra 2 minutes increment on the clock from the starting. And that somehow is so dangerous when you're playing here with extra piece, but with a very weak king. You might be just a bit stressed. And oh, look at this one. White just decided to give up 2 rooks for the queen.
They are playing so
Jonas
fast.
clearly still knows what's going on. There's no way you can make all of these moves, barely dipping below 15 minutes without still having a pretty decent clue about what you want to achieve here. They've had 2 very exciting games in the preliminary, in the qualifying round, which ended up in favor of Sindarov, but Jonas Bulbier was definitely winning in game 1 and was also at times winning in game 2. So a bit of a weird dynamic where Bier seemed to have dominated over long periods of time but couldn't convert it into points. Let's see how this theoretical battle ends.
All right, there has been played already this kind of position earlier in 2011 between 2 great masters. Well-known grandmaster from Poland, Radoslav Wojtaszek, against Miranda Wojciech. Apologies for my Polish. Still struggling to learn the language.
You probably did better than what we could have done, so it's okay.
But here in that game, it was really long game, and it was a decisive result. It was not something like fast draw. So this line, this opening, this game is not leading us to drawish endgame at all.
I can't believe that this position
100%.
has existed before. That's my biggest shock.
Yeah, this is not going to be a draw.
Yeah, it was played in the Polish Championship. I think that's what we saw there, Ketty. And I wonder how far they're going to be following that game. I might actually keep it up.
Cool.
All right, they are still looking, and here we can see all the officials of the tournament, video officials here together for the grand final of Global Chess League. Today is the day, James. We're gonna know the winner, and the winner will be one of these 2 teams, Triveni Continental Kings or Abra Mumba Masters. I can imagine right now the whole team and the players of these teams, how they feel.
Oh, today is fresh. Today, I would be feeling exhilarated and fresh and ready to go. Playing the best chess I've ever played in my life will be today if I'm playing for the team here, because we already know what's on the line here, the first one.
That's amazing. And
wow,
we can see here that Jovakir Sindarov has started thinking. So perhaps this is the end of his preparation.
This is the cup they're playing for. And we have such a slow close-up to the cup.
Wow, look at that.
Beautiful.
Looks like a half of a PlayStation 5 there. That's fire, boy. I'll take that all day. You know what? Let me go get that trophy.
We can't unsee it now.
That is a beautiful looking trophy, I have to say.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful trophy. We kind of played around with the trophy. There was a moment where everyone could go there and make some photos, and also this trophy was at the entrance of our hotel where every chess player stays, next to the big chessboard, which was open for everyone who was staying in this area.
It's nice motivation, I think, when you see it every single day, or if you're walking past, you're like, I kind of want that.
You're gonna be mine.
You're right. I'm gonna win that. That's
I'm
my
gonna
trophy
win you.
there. That's right.
So I have to mention that in the last game that was played, or the sort of reference that we have, the move that was made by Black, was actually e3. So this is where they deviate. So instead of pushing the pawn to e3,
which is a wild move.
yeah, Sindarov decides to play this rook f6 move.
I was definitely a fan of rook f6 or rook e6. You just feel the you want to get the pieces in the game. There it is. Rook
And
check.
white just blocks this pawn. Queen
Yeah,
e3.
Jonas
Jonas
continues
played-
playing very, very quickly, so he clearly has prepared for rook f6, g6 ideas as well. Looks unbelievably scary for white. That king on f2 is barely protected, but the queen on e3 does a very good job defending the more important squares. For instance, if instead of that last move that Sindarov just played, if black gives a check from the g2 square, the king drops back to e1, and the queen covers the very, very important g1 square, which would have been a lethal check potentially, but it's not all that great with the queen defending that square. And finally, I think we see Jonas start to think, after the move rook g4, you of course very much would like to start bringing your queenside into play, and the move you always want to make in this position is g2, g4, or c3, c4, but I think g2, g4 is more to the point because it immediately creates a threat of returning some material by sacrificing the queen for the rook and knight. But d4 also opens some files for your opponent. After rook g2, your bishop on c2 might be hanging. There are some other tactical issues with it. Still a very sharp position that is difficult to assess without analyzing it with the help of engines. And Jonas plays a very quiet move for now, just develops the bishop to b2, creates the idea of a discover check with c4. Interesting that he clearly knows that despite looking unbelievably dangerous, those black pieces aren't generating threats that need to make him panic. Very, very exciting position.
What a
wonder if he is
wild
panicking.
game.
Yeah, I wonder if anyone's panicking here, who it is.
Right, maybe we can take a look at the players and try to read their body language, because some of the players are good to have this, you know, poker face and to play a little bit, but others are not that good to hide the things.
Yeah, and we found that Sindarov in a lot of his games, he's always shaking in some way or form. Like his leg is shaking, his body is shaking. Maybe, yeah, he's just not so good at that whole like poker face vibe that you mentioned there, Kitty.
Right.
So
Clearly a lot of nervous energy that needs some kind of an outlet. So
yeah.
And here we have Jonas who does. Oh, whoa!
What is happening over there?
Ouch!
Like, ow, man, that hurts. Ow, that hurts.
That hurts.
Tension is there.
There are a lot of nerves. Let's say so. There are a lot of nerves, guys. There is there is a title, of course, and it's not only in one person in the team. This is 6 people, team captain, the whole team who works behind the scenes, and of course the fans.
I just wanted to confirm, are they still using the same scoring system with black? If black wins, they get 4 points. If white wins, they get 3 points. Is that still happening now in the final? Yes.
That is true. We have still the same format. We can talk a little bit about the format while they are taking a pause here. So we do have here 2 matches where each team gonna take white pieces and the black pieces. And the time control is as usual 15 minutes plus 10 seconds. In case if these 2 matches ends in a tie and we don't have a winner, then we're gonna have another 2 matches. But now the time control will be different, Jesse, and it will be really, really low time.
Oh, so they're going to start with a shorter time control. What is it?
It's a Blitz time control, and it will be 3 minutes only with plus 2 seconds.
You know, it's funny. I think it's very rare, actually. We've only seen, what, 1 match that I can think of that was actually a draw. It was all draws on every board. I think that was like one match with
Only
the
one
Chingari Golf
match.
Titans. Don't remember who they played. I think it's the Knights, but I don't remember. But it just tells you, how heated these matches are. So okay, we have the format just in case they reach a tie break. Well, I don't think we're gonna reach anything near a tie break, especially with the nerves today. Especially being in the final, knowing you're in the final, you do have to control the fact that you are in the final, and those nerves, I mean, is what you have to control and understand that, hey, you just got to play the game, because you can't let those nerves get to you in these type of positions, especially this one. Speaking of nerves, look at this position, right?
Yeah. James, do you think things are going to end in the rapid portion of the match?
100%.
100%. Okay.
No doubt.
So if I were to make a prediction, I think one team will win one match. and the other team will win the other match.
Right.
Then they'll go to the Blitz.
Okay.
And yeah, something will hit the fan.
Wow. Something will hit the fan, says
Yeah.
Yesy Yebyawery.
Ooh,
Right,
that's
Rookie
a
six.
question mark move. That's a question mark move. The idea of this move is to rook lift on g-file.
So you even rook lift?
But somehow, for whatever reason, it's not the best move. Master Swidler.
I think this position continues to shock me the more I won't call it studied, but I did consult the oracle a little bit here. The thing about the second rook lift is that even if black puts a second rook on the g-file, let's make an imaginary line for a bit. Let's say we go just develop a piece here, go knight a3. Black plays, let's say, rook e6, g6. We give a check from d4. Black, that's already a mistake for some reason. Actually, we're now struggling. My point was that I think e3 is a reasonably safe square for this king. So even two rooks on the g-file don't generate this much of a threat. I wanted to wait for the check from g2 and then go to e3. But obviously, as you can see, my attempt to make some casual moves in this position has already taken it from white being clearly better to white being clearly worse. So I will probably refrain from suggesting variations.
Which side would you choose here, Master Swidler, black or white?
You always want to choose the side of a player who knows most. It's not even in jest. I really, considering how deeply they clearly both analyzed this, I was leaning in favor of Jonas because Jonas, I think, got the first novelty in. The first move in that game that happened that one player knew and the second one didn't, I think, came from Jonas, and I think that gives him a bit of an edge. But the final count still, and another nod towards James there. Whoever calculates cleaner, will win this game. Calculation over everything here.
Over everything, you heard it from
for sure. And it's hard to judge, based on current form of the first 15 minutes today, who's going to be calculating cleaner. But if we take their previous two encounters, I think Sindarov made fewer mistakes, and Sindarov definitely wasn't the one making the final mistakes in the game.
Yeah, given the line.
So, very, very difficult to judge.
Mm-hmm. Given the line that you spoke about, it was crazy how accurate you have to be in this position, because you were just mentioning a casual variation, and suddenly the engine just dropped.
Yeah.
I wonder if Jonas will find the best move. What is the best move here?
The best move, according to the engine, is knight to a3 to bring the knights towards the edge of the board, but somehow then get into the game if we can make that on the board. And then black should go here. This incredible move, king to g6, to avoid check.
Given how crazy this position is, I don't think kids should be watching this.
This is a family channel, right? This is crazy. Yeah, this is not happening. And then it was funny as you develop the knight, and where are you going with the knight?
Look at this gentleman.
How cool is that
Masters flag?
Mamba Masters!
I kind of want a flag. That's so cool.
Wow, look at that. He raising it up in the air there.
Yeah.
The kids.
Exciting as this is, we should perhaps pay some attention to the other boards. We briefly took a look at the bottom board. A very interesting position is developing on board 2 in a game between Yuan Yi and Alexander Grishuk, where in a reasonably well-known theoretical position, Yuan Yi played a new, at least to my eyes, very interesting positional pawn sacrifice. Is now a central pawn down for clearly piece activity and just general compensation. So this one is also incredibly sharp. Could be quite a pivotal game because, as I said, in the regular season, so to speak, Alexander Grishuk was ahead in their two matchups, winning one and coming very, very close to winning the second one as well.
Wow.
Yeah, you guys also, we can now see that board 1 and board 3, there are the moves which are not the best moves. It's a question mark in both boards. And the women's board, second women's board, Sarah versus Harika. Sarah just played h4, g4, h4. You can see that this is the war.
I mean,
they are just attacking each other's pieces, and it's not a peaceful day at all.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at one of the games, and maybe we can dive into any Masters Riddler. Which one will be?
Let's start with
your
board
choice?
2, since this is the one we were talking about earlier. And
Board 2.
yeah,
So
this has been a supposedly quiet Italian. It's even called the Gioco Piano, standing for the quiet Italian. But that's not really very quiet. And
F6
this
is
line became, I think, recently, as they say, widely famous in very narrow circles when Laurent Fressinet, I think, won a game in this line against Magnus Carlsen in one of the recent online tournaments. And whenever Magnus loses a game, and in particular whenever Magnus loses a game against one of his former seconds, this causes a little bit of a stir. So, but Yuengi decided to deviate and perhaps even improve on Magnus's play here. I'm pretty sure Magnus played knight f1 in that position instead of d3, d4. But d3, d4 is a very interesting, very ambitious try, just giving up that pawn for initiative and tempi. Knight f1 played. Now Yuengi provokes the move f7, f6, takes on h6 and plays queen d2, threatening to win that pawn back on h6. But I don't think Alexander necessarily cares about the pawn on h6 at all. And Yuengi for now also doesn't take yet, plays connects his two knights to re-establish control over the f3 square. And I think it's very obvious now that we look at what he's doing, why he was provoking f7, f6. Black would dearly love to be able to play rook f8, g8 here. But now that we've forced Black to move the f-pawn away from f7, this square is attacked. So Black currently does not have access to, by far, the best square for their rook. And White just wants to play on the king side using the weaknesses that Black created.
Let's hope that Ben Feingold is not watching this stream because f6 is on the board.
Wow.
And
That is very true.
so White
Never say
has...
F3 or F6.
Well, it is Black to move, I guess, here. But White does have that, opportunity to capture on h6.
Yeah. This is a massively unbalanced game, which we will be continuing to follow very closely. But perhaps we can now switch to board number 5, where Sarah Hadem seemingly is much better against Harika, who took a very difficult decision to part with at least one pawn to solve some of her problems on the king side. But then Sarah can just very, I think, happily take that pawn in the center with the rook or the queen. I don't know which one is stronger. Both look very, very good to me. And I don't really see much in the way of compensation for that extra pawn in the center. Yeah,
She's
she goes
taking
with the rook capture.
by the rook, and now her idea is to push g pawn forward and attack the knight, and what's more important, to just kick this knight from this square, so then Black's king will be open and White can give some checks.
Ooh, and if you move the rook, there's a little check over there.
Little checky check.
Little checky check.
Little checks.
That's right.
Be
All right.
careful.
Do you think we'll
Black-
see g5 instead of capturing back?
That's
G5
actually a
is
very
nice.
good idea.
Definitely possible, but I think you can actually just take and not worry about anything. For instance,
Yeah, I
G5
don't think we need to be too
takes.
fancy. Yeah, just taking on d5 and going from there is
And
completely
here-
fine. Yeah.
Our king is
Oh.
way too exposed there in that
Killing our
position.
dreams.
So pawn takes, king steps aside, and the question is how Black gonna react after g5.
G5 seems very strong, but I will also say that if we just develop, let's say, our final piece that is not really playing much role in the game, and if we put it on the c1 square in particular, taking full control of the one open file on the board, it's just very difficult to see where Black counterplay is supposed to come from. Just looks like a bad position for Harika here.
All right. Where the things are getting in some shape also on the first board, on the icon board, as Levon Aronian is getting slightly better position against Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. We need to take a look at this one because, you guys, the icon board is so important for the players. If this game ends first, then somehow everybody's mood just changed towards to the result. So what is happening here? We can see that the engine bar here gives the advantage to Levon, Is it because of the space advantage, or what is the main reason?
It's this lifting rook.
I think Black has a number of problems here. Both of Black's bishops are entirely passive, and maybe an even bigger problem is just how weak the pawn on c5 is. So Levon is just massively better here, and I'm sure he's looking for ways to perhaps already start converting this into a full point. It's the kind of an advantage where you feel that you might already start looking for forced wins.
Right, and here we have a question in our poll. We asked to our viewers who will emerge victorious in this epic showdown on the icon board, and we guys can see that most of the people voted for Maxim Vachilegrov.
Man, that's whopping too as well. It's not even close. 66-33. They're like MVL's gonna wash him, whitewash him. Here's what they're saying, but it looks like right now it may be the other way around.
I think it's time to conduct a new poll.
Refresh it.
I think if we give Levon 3 names, maybe the poll results. I think it's just the attraction of the
some kind of algorithm.
But Levon has
not
a
algorithm.
nickname.
It's just that he sounds so exotic that I think people are instinctively drawn to that.
Right.
Right,
Just
of
click
course.
it. Oh yeah, that
I have
guy.
to say it with the
he's
accent
cool.
as well.
Right. Cool. Maxime Vachilegrov.
I worry about this rook on a3 now. The black pawn is on d4, sort of stopping any sort of lift if the rook does want any control over that rank.
And we see the engine avoiding the move c4, c5 with a question mark. But I really like this decision because now it's incredibly difficult for Black to find any work for his pieces, while White can find all kinds of ways to improve and start, perhaps even attacking directly against the Black king. I think it's a very kind of logical human decision, and I was also looking at that while Lev was thinking about his choices. But perhaps there was something that was even harsher towards MVL's position.
Right. In fact, White could just open up a little bit of the queen side as well and take the pawn on b5. That's why we have this move c5, a bad move. However, White still holds the advantage. Just the other move was way much better. So Levon is getting more and more space advantage in his position. The time situation is pretty much even in here. And this is a very interesting scenario when Black has perf bishop, and we used to say in our commentaries that the perf bishop is such a big advantage, and we were always telling to our viewers that one of the sides has a perf bishop advantage. But in this position, these two knights that Levon has are way much better, Jesse, because the position is so close that Black's bishop are just stuck there and they have nothing to attack.
Yeah, actually before this b4 move, which does give maybe the light squared bishop a little bit of range, I was going to say this looks oddly familiar, like one of my French games.
Ah.
Yeah.
Right.
The hibernating bishop.
A hibernating bishop that is now active here on a6, which he immediately plays. He is going to hit d3. He may hint at, oops, not that. That's going to be terrible.
I mean, that does look very cool.
Something like maybe g5 or like bishop h6 at some point. Maybe h5, bishop h6. But these squares are really weak. I mean, he just wanted to get this bishop active, which makes total sense here. And hope for the best. White needs to figure out what we want to do too as well. The knights look good. We also need squares. We need piece-like activity, where the f5 pawn is actually restricting us from putting anything on e4, and the bishop stops anything happening on c4. So it really is difficult trying to make things happen. Maybe we go b3 and queen b2 to attack, but there's the rook d8 there. So still some questions to answer.
Yeah, I still like White a great deal, and we could discuss plans here. There are some very fancy plans I could name, but we've been ignoring other boards, and one of the people who we really should not be ignoring is the Training Continental Kings board 3, Wei Yi, who is a very, very obvious MVP for their team, scoring an unbelievable amount of runs in the qualifying stages.
Ooh, trophy video once again. Look at this beautiful
PS5
piece of art.
Yeah,
PS5
piece
of art. That's what I was going to say.
And Wei Yi's position is also extremely messy and very fun to discuss, even though...
Nice view for the board 3.
That is true.
Back. Yeah. So instead of looking at his teammates' games, he can just look back at this beautiful trophy.
And there we have it on our screens, the position in Wei Yi's game. An absolutely Martian landscape, which is extremely difficult to even describe. White is a pawn down. That probably should not matter. That game started as a semi-slav, which is, you know, supposedly a quiet opening, and then became anything but very, very soon, with White playing this very, very aggressive line, which I think is called the Shabalov variation. Or perhaps Shirov Shabalov variation. Yeah, I think they too made, I think, the biggest advances in theory here. The position is incredibly sharp. At some point, the engines were giving White a significant advantage, but not anymore somehow. Somehow this position is supposedly around equal.
Yeah, right, exactly. Equal what?
Wow.
But yeah, using the word equal to describe this position feels extremely weird.
Peter, I'm sorry to disturb, but there is a really crazy situation on the juniors board. Let's take a quick look at that. Let's understand what's going on there, and we can come back to this position.
Absolutely, yeah. It's
Please,
very
board
crucial.
6.
And this, I think, was at least one of the best options Black had in the position where we last saw this board. And if we bring up the analysis board, now will be a very exciting moment, because a trade on d3 happened, and the back rook, which wasn't really in the game, is now attacking the white queen.
I just want to point it out, guys. If we just go a little bit back, all these moves are the best moves. We can say king f7, the best move here. Then we follow with king to e1, I think also its only move. It's also the best one. And then after knight d3, then bishop takes here. Pawn takes. We have all these only moves and the best moves they are playing.
Still theory.
Still theory, right?
Is it still theory?
It's
or
not.
is
You
it
don't-
definitely
No,
not.
I think
I don't know
they're
this.
not
It's
really
the
following their
Svidler
analysis anymore.
variation.
And this is why I wanted to continue analyzing, because you can get the bishop in front of the rook, not lose the queen that way, but then the other rook connects your queen. But we are going to be able to win the pawn on c7 here. And weirdly, the black passers aren't really, I mean, Black has a very, very far advanced passer on the e2 square, but it's not running very fast. And White has 3 of theirs up there on the queen side, also extremely close to the promotion square. So this is a huge mess, very difficult to judge who is ahead. But I think the engine still, as you can see on your screen, prefers White, but not by any kind of a decisive measure. So this is going to be a lot of fun to watch, and look at how much time was burned from the moment they started playing on their own. Sindarov is down to 2 minutes.
Right.
So he spent like about 15 minutes for like 3 or 4 moves here. We have the pawn capture. White captured the pawn, and Black is now trading the pawns. White is exchanged down, but the pawns are connected. They are very close to the back rank, where White can promote this pawn to the queen. Although Black also have the pawns on the other side, and this is a bad move.
Can you just push the pawn right now?
He
B6,
can. He
B7.
can. Rook takes. There's some weird stuff with like f3 and checking myself.
Oh,
There's a
see.
lot of very interesting possibilities here for White, even taking this pawn, because I'm pretty sure Sindarov's point is if we take, he can play rook f6. And now our bishop is hanging and the rook is coming in. I thought we can still continue here by, let's say, including knight c3 and then just going b6, b7. But as you can see, the engine bar severely disagrees with this idea.
Wow.
But the interesting thing is, I think it's actually possible to ignore in the current position the threat of f4, f3. I think we can, for instance, try playing knight c3, and I'm guessing here, but
That's the first
one of my guesses
engine
was
move,
do
knight
this,
c3.
and if f3, we can play bishop g3. We stop the idea of f3, f2 check, and we create a very strong threat of simply b6, b7, b8.
Wow.
Which I don't currently see how Black is supposed to meet. And this, to my eyes, looks very, very strong. You do have to kind of hold your nerve, allowing the black passers to advance this far in front of your king. But it does look, honestly, pretty much winning, because the black rook cannot really be activated very easily, and b6, b7 is a very direct threat. It doesn't really need to be, you know, embellished or anything. It is a winning threat there.
What a game.
Ooh.
What a game. F4 was a blunder. Absolutely. Wow. That's tough.
Well, this one's guaranteed to be a decisive result.
Oh, yeah, it's guaranteed.
True.
Yeah,
true.
I knew this was going to happen.
But also, it's not so clear here. Jonas has to find the best
He's making
moves.
a move.
Oh, he captured.
Did he?
Like, yo, give me the pawn,
Oh my
bro.
gosh.
Ooh.
Give me the pawn.
Oh.
Double
Wait,
question
Cinder,
mark.
look at Cinder. I think he knows that it's a blunder. I
Obviously,
think
rook
he
F6.
knew it was
Do you
a
think,
blunder. Look
do you
at
think
the
he missed
look.
that the C8 square is covered by
Oh,
F6?
and he just,
He's
he gave
looking
him
at
the
his
look.
water.
Oh, with the
Oh,
water sip! The water sip!
It's the water
I
sip.
tell you, every time they
infamous-
sip the water,
Yeah.
it's over.
Something happened. That is,
It's over.
you know, the playing hall evaluation bar
Mm.
right there.
Exactly.
And this
He
actually
knows it.
follows pretty much the scenario of the earlier two games, with Jonas making all the early running, and then when push comes to shove, making a tactical
Another
miscalculation and potentially going down. The game is still going on. Black has 2 minutes, and there's still some passers that need to be controlled. But yeah, this is bad news for Jonas, very,
Right.
very clearly.
So, Master Swiller, what happens on Bishop E3 or G3?
Yeah, I was wondering about that. Bishop,
And then we just
Bishop
go back.
G4.
no,
I
Bishop
guess.
G3. I think we quite happily just go in, collect the knight,
Collect
and the
the knight
B5
here,
pawn
there
also
you go.
falls.
Oh, okay.
You have to remember that the bishop
That's
on
good
H3 is
enough.
actually protecting the C8 square, which is massively crucial in a lot of positions. Bishop E3,
maybe-
I think, is a stronger move.
Bishop G3, yeah.
Wow.
No, I think it has to go to E3
E3, okay. Bishop
to
E3.
be able to play B6 after you take my
Let me
knight.
just check.
Yeah, and you play B6 here, but the problem is the bishop controls. Yeah, well, that is very strong actually, forcing white to push C7,
wow.
and then you establish
Jonas.
the blockade, and then eventually all of those pawns start falling. So yeah, this
Yeah.
is a heartbreaking turnaround for Jonas, and also not quite clear what he could have missed there, because Rook F6 looked like really the only potential justification for the move that Sindarov played
Alright.
there.
Meanwhile, the board 4 has been done, and we have the first result. It's draw. We don't have any decisive results, so with the draws, with a lot of draws, games like this, the prices of these games are actually increasing. Here, Sindarov is not looking at the board anymore.
He knows it's over.
He knows he's winning, and he knows this pawn, which was given away. It was a trap, and Jonas just fell for it.
Poison pawn variation.
Poison pawn variation. And that's a
An
wrap
important turnaround on board 5, by the way, where Sara is still a bit better, but she gave away much of her advantage. She's still very safe, but no longer as winning as we assumed she was straight out of the opening there.
Wow. What a turnaround.
And a very interesting position, if we can briefly bring it up on the screen, the position on board 2. Because there, the combination of what the position is and what the evaluation is actually quite unusual. This is the game between Yuan Yi, who, as I mentioned, struggled against Alexander Grishuk in the round-robin stages, playing the white pieces. And as you can see, Black is 2 pawns up here, and apparently struggling. Because I think White just wants to play Rook H1, second one to H2, and try giving mate. And those ideas are surprisingly strong
Hard
here.
to beat. Hard to meet.
Seeing the power of the active king here for white. And they say in the endgame, the king is worth 4 points.
Wow.
What?
The king is worth 4 points in the endgame? No?
Really?
Oh.
Really? I didn't know that one. Okay, cool. Wow.
Masters, we learned
maybe I learned this.
Oh, guys, we have some updates on the board 3, and we have here the situation where Vidit is really struggling on the board. Let's bring the third
Yeah.
board.
I think a handshake is already happened
Oh, we saw
actually.
it.
And yeah, Wei continues where he left
Wow.
off by crushing everything in his path and winning this game against Vidit.
We can see Sister of Vidit very sad, very nervous on our camera. Look at her. This is such a hard moment. She came here to support her brother. She did a great job yesterday. This team won. Vidit was very happy. This is not the end yet. Just one game. However, Yuyangi brings very nice 3 points to his team.
Do you think it started with a psychological advantage over his opponent
And
there?
the entire match is now swinging, I think, quite convincing, weirdly, despite that storyline on the last board where Jonas was winning and is now losing. I still very much like how the match is standing for the Training Continental Kings, because Levon is completely winning seemingly on board one.
Let's bring the
board
bird's eye view, right? And we can take a look what is the whole situation here.
Yeah.
To have full picture.
Levon is in full control on board 1. UNE is pushing quite significantly on board 2. Sarah is back to being significantly better on board 5. So despite a game they most likely will lose on the bottom board, they can win quite a few and have already won one on board 3. So the Kings are, right this moment, I would say, doing very, very well in this first match of the Grand Final.
All right.
Very nice. Very nice indeed.
Now, can we take a look at ball 1? What's going on there?
Yeah, what's going on? Whoa, Levon, bro. Whose move is it first? Gotta be Levon's, because Rook takes F2, wins the queen. So he takes the exchange, but I'm getting one right back. But then
I'm curious to see the time situation. They're both in 1 minute.
And actually we have Queen D4 check, not even giving up the
yes.
that one exchange. But he chooses actually to try and force black to part with the bishop pair, which I don't hate at all. I think playing against the 1 bishop with 1 extra exchange might actually be easier here than playing with 2 against the 2 strong bishops. I don't mind that stylistic decision at all.
The double exchange up.
Yeah.
Players lounge, we can see now Srinath and Vidit observing the games. Very important moment for both teams.
Analyzing the game. Definitely going over the game there. Heartbreaker there, but another game. There will be another.
It's not the end. It's not over till it's over.
And we have here Connery Humpy. Well, this is the final of 2 matches, guys. This is just 1 match. And the games are still on. Still, we have 4
Absolutely, it's
games
way
on.
too early to write off the Abdullah Masters, but the match definitely swung quite heavily in Triveni's favor in the last 5 minutes. They might even win quite big potentially, although UNE did not find what I suspect would have been a winning move for him on board 2, and is just better now. I think he was close to winning a moment ago, but is sort of just,
look at this
in air quotes, just
Jupiter.
better.
So many computers.
They have a LAN going.
Wow. 3 laptops and all the brain power.
The analysts are in full force there, yeah.
Amazing.
Oh, wow,
They're sitting quite close to the screen as well.
Right.
The quants.
And we saw Levon do the stretch. I wonder if that's the equivalence to the drinking of water.
It is. I've done so much commentary watching Levon. When he does the stretch, it's over.
Yeah.
Like, it's over, bro.
You're done.
Yeah,
I think it's the same as like when Gary Kasparov puts his watch back on, or
Hikaru puts the jacket
put his
on.
jacket on.
That's a throwback, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Gary putting the watch back on brings back memories. Yeah,
Yeah.
I've had that done to me. It's not
Oh,
much fun. Yeah.
we need to know the story and how it goes.
Puts his watch back on.
Oh,
Wow.
horrible.
You just know.
Well, it is for sure risk-free position for Levon. He will not lose this game. And this is very important for chess players to know that you are safe. Your team is somewhere also safe. What's the plan here, Master Svidler? How White will improve the position and finalize it?
Well, I would say if the queens come off, the game ends more or less immediately, even though White has some weaknesses, but generally 1 rook against 1 bishop, you win without too many problems. And generally, most often you just switch to a mating attack. Right now, I quite like the idea of giving a check from e5. Bishop has, I think, to play go to f6, and we can play queen d6. And because of the threat of our rook coming in, black is... I'm struggling to name a move even for MVL in that position.
Yeah.
I don't... Maybe the bishop can jump to h4, though. Maybe you have to calculate some variations, and this is why Levon hasn't played it yet. We'll see.
Maybe his last hope is finding some perpetual check.
Definitely.
If that's possible,
Yeah,
because
it's
the white
possible, right.
king looks a little exposed. Oh, he came back
He's
to
like,
G2.
oh, yeah, you're right, Yessie. You're right. Yeah, I
Alright.
got you. Hold on, let me tuck my king. Tuck my king real quick. I'm
Right,
good.
before going for the checks on
E5.
E5, yeah?
Yeah, queen e5, and then somewhere queen e6 to
Yeah, all
offer
that. Yeah,
the
that
queen
seems
threat.
very... All of those seem very, very efficient.
You can play before b3 this pawn, not to have on the dark squares, just to make sure that it will not be hanging.
So we see a preemptive.
I think he
bishop
will
F6.
continue improving for a while, and then just go in with the queen. You can definitely want to throw in b3. Perhaps you put the rook on e3, to be sort of more in control of some squares. But yeah, you eventually just get there with the white pieces.
I know that MVL's super low on time, but could we quickly take a look at board 2 between Yu Yang Yi and Alexander Grishuk? They're also playing on seconds right now.
Whoa, blunder there. Rook C6. Is it a blunder?
Just blunder happened.
And Yu Yang Yi's trying to play really
That was a good
quickly
time.
there.
And it wasn't punished somehow, even though I saw the double question mark and I couldn't quite see why it was supposedly such a bad move. And neither, I guess, did Yu Yang Yi. And this still looks horrible for black, but Alexander will defend very resourcefully. We just take this pawn, and how do we... I guess we go check and put the rook on an active square somewhere, but this still looks kind of horrendous.
Difficult.
It's just not a fun endgame to have to defend on very low time.
Hassle.
That's right. 13 seconds to go. Grishuk has to make the move. Now, he is still taking his time, and we have check.
Yeah, Alexander finally settling on something, yeah. White now will give check, check, and take on b7. And then we start running with the h-pawn, I suspect, right? We just say we have enough counterplay of some kind here. Or maybe we start giving checks from below. Sometimes these positions actually do turn out to be a draw, but you obviously don't enjoy yourself in the process of trying to make that draw. Sindarov is winning on board 6. We don't need to necessarily watch that. We knew he was winning, and now he is very, very comfortably winning.
Sindarov gets his team 4 points with 4 points, and at this moment, Upgrade Mumba Master just takes over Triveni with only 1 point ahead.
Yeah, Triveni needs to win somewhere, but they have some very good positions. Levon is completely winning on board 1 and kind of difficult to... Whoa! I should stop announcing evaluations, I think.
Something happened. Let me go.
Yeah, I guess right this moment Bishop takes f2 makes a draw with a perpetual. That's the only way. That's the only explanation I can name for this suddenly being a draw.
And Will has 5 seconds to find that move. He can save,
and he
missed it.
He doesn't. And now he should be back to being completely lost, I assume.
What did Levon miss? Could we go back?
There is another moment, guys. There is another moment. The engine says it's still equal.
Bishop f2.
Still a draw?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah, this is
25 happened.
This is extremely difficult to annotate on as low a time as we all have here, and clearly the players also.
And white lacks a couple checks.
Yeah, but eventually he has to sacrifice the bishop. He does not have time to give white time to stabilize. So I assume the draw here that yeah, and he goes in with this, but he knew he had to, and this maybe is a perpetual, as we can see from the evaluation bar. Sara is also no longer winning.
Wow.
So where are they winning a game?
Oh my goodness, really? That's
where are they winning a game? Is Mumba Masters about to swing it back in their favor and win by the virtue of winning with the black pieces on the last board?
Whoa!
Wow! Look at this. Other 2 games are also looking very drawish.
Yeah.
It's like rook end games. It's even more drawish.
Could the upgrade Mumba Masters win this match?
Levon,
that's very possible.
Yeah, he didn't like that at all. I can see in the
that is really quite something. And you see MVL there on 30 seconds, turning around and checking what's happening elsewhere. Because
what's going on, guys?
Yeah,
he knows he has a draw in the bag.
For him, he knows what he has to do. He has these very obvious setup where he has to just continue giving checks.
Wait, another blunder! This goes again up.
Is there a way the king can get away? Because after Queen G3...
So wait, where was the check, though? Where was he supposed to check?
Was he supposed to play Queen E5?
Wow.
Oh, back again.
That is too sick, bro. That is insane.
that is very, very difficult to understand from from some way away.
Oh man.
Runs.
Levon.
Look at him. He's back in the business.
With the
yeah,
stretch.
Levon now.
Okay, LeBron.
And now the king will escape. Yeah, you go, I guess, D2. Even this is not that obvious, and Levon has half a minute left to calculate this cleanly, but as we can see from the evaluation, it appears to be winning now. I wonder if it's winning because eventually we have to give up the rook. But maybe not. Maybe we
How
just...
about we just hide the king on a2?
Yeah, but how do we get
Yeah,
there?
but
Maybe we
yeah, exactly.
maybe
You
we
have to
push
do
it
that.
one square back, then we put the rook on e1, and then we run.
King to d1 right now.
Yeah, exactly. King. This is what I like. Yeah, king
Queen
d1.
f1.
Wait for a check. Put the rook on the back
Rook
rank.
e1.
And with the
Queen
rook on the
d3,
back
queen
rank, I think
c1.
we're much safer running towards the corner. Yeah.
All right, current situation.
And he's gone
is...
forward.
King d3.
Ooh.
But that I guess
Queen
doesn't change
c4?
anything because black can give a check from c4 and we will have to repeat. Or f3. And there's a wave up for white to lose. Queen f3. Rook e3. Queen d1 mate.
Oh.
Yikes.
This will not happen.
Yikes. Don't
Whoa.
get
This
mated
will
like that
not happen.
in front of everybody.
I blinked and something
Oh,
happened.
wow. 30 seconds here. Do we have any
Yeah.
other results?
Alexander
Meanwhile,
Grishuk making a very
Grishuk and-
comfortable draw on
Yeah,
board
it's
too.
just a draw.
So this
Maybe
is all
now he
coming down to this
realizes.
particular board. Everything else is more or less entirely decided.
Running away from the checks.
Well, the king goes around. Is
Queen c1
Oh.
might be a decent practical chance actually, but he goes queen e4 because Levon has not shown a win against this particular manner of giving checks.
right. He's getting some time also on
yeah.
the clock. He plays
He's
fast.
doing,
he
he's
knows
doing
what
the right
is
thing there,
happening.
gaining some time, trying to work it out. But it's difficult to gain too much time. You see him pausing there, and he's back on half a minute.
All right, another game has been done. Board 2 has ended in a draw, and now we have final 2 in progress. This game
Yeah,
is
we've
the
actually run
most
out of checks.
crucial.
King h3 stops all the checks. So,
Oh, and that's it.
yeah, and then the queen will be able to rejoin the defense. And
You
with the
have
queen,
no more checks.
With the queen joining in, you never have a perpetual here.
Wow.
And the rook is so far away from the king, it's hard to think that there aren't any checks, but I suppose if
Yeah.
there are, the queens get exchanged.
We all played queen f4,
Hold
and
on,
now you
guys,
just
we
need to
board.
you just
All
need to pay attention for one more move. For instance, taking the pawn on d5 seems logical because you put your queen on a very centralized square, but that drops the rook with check, so you probably should not be doing that.
So what should white do here?
Queen d3 looks good. Or
I like
D2.
queen e6. Yeah, I think queen e6 probably should be enough.
I mean a6. Yeah. Queen e6. Played.
Yeah.
And Emil just goes yeah. If you play d4, you know
Oh.
you're lost. Yeah.
C7.
Oh, wow.
Queen e4 and then king h2,
Yeah, queen
and the
e4.
game is very over.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
That is a tough one.
Extra rook for Levon. And now he brings queen and the rook to cover. Oh, look at
Oh, look
this
at this
young
one.
lady.
Oh.
Oh,
Supporter of Trivani.
supporting the team.
Look at them.
We're gonna see a resignation.
Pretty soon, yeah. And with Sarah pushing in an unlosable endgame, this clinches the first match for the Triveni Continental Kings. They will win by a score of
And
at least
handshake.
8.
Oh,
look
the
at
best part of
that.
an excitement.
Levon. Levon showing
Wow.
so much emotions.
We're like, yo, we got
Look
it. First
at
win.
this.
We just
That
need one more. Now
smile,
we got
very
to draw.
nice.
Please
Happy.
draw.
Oh, look at
Wow.
this one. This is the emotions you see from the teams who wins a very important game.
Whoa.
You guys, this is the final of Global Chess League.
Woo.
But the first match, second match, will come up right after. This is not the end yet. But Levon being happy, this is his tournament.
Yeah.
He has won every possible game. Ah, wow, look at this, walking out really happy. Sarah is still playing, I suppose.
Yeah, and with an extra pawn, we can see some awesome technique. I mean, the engine says it's completely drawn, but of course, I think black definitely needs to prove here that it is in
Right.
fact a draw.
Okay, the easiest way here to draw is to get your rook on the 6th rank.
What do we call
Always
this?
get your rook on the 6th rank.
What is this called, Ketty?
This is... I don't know the name.
It's either the
Come on, why you
either
asking
Okay,
me?
it's-
What's the name?
the Philidor or the
There
There we
Lucina,
go.
right?
The Philidor
Philidor,
position.
Yeah,
Yes.
he knows the names,
Nice.
and he's like,
Okay.
I
That's
know the
correct.
name.
We're
The
just giving
Philidor
you multiple
position.
choice
Okay,
here.
Can
hold
you explain this to us?
Yeah, I will. But for
Oh,
the
look at
moment,
that.
we need to see this
Look
in the
at that.
players' lounge. Levon just entered, and he is greeted by everyone.
Oh.
Look
let's
at this happy
go.
team.
Let's go. Ah.
Nice.
All
Levon is
smiles,
very proud.
baby. All smiles.
Rightfully so.
And we still have
Levon.
work to do.
It's like a half smile. It's like, you know what, we still have one more match
That's
to go.
true.
Let's-
Yeah, we got it. We
let's
got it. You
reserve
know what
our
I mean? We got it.
excitement.
Right. As
Wait,
long
who
as it's not
moved
crazy.
now? Rook d5. Hold on. Can we just take this rook? Is a draw.
You actually can. You can just
Yeah,
take
take
it.
this rook and
100%.
then play king f7. You just need very, very small technique in there.
And
Sarah knows that it's a win already for her team, so that's why she decided to end the game. Here we have a handshake, and we have the winner of the first match, and this is Triveni.
Continental Kings! Wow! Came back from the dashes and the dip. Nobody thought.
Look at the spectators wearing the t-shirts.
A tough one here is that only match points count. Game points don't count at all. So if the match is tied, they don't look at game points. They go immediately into the Blitz portion.
Right.
Wow.
So now they have a 15-minute break just to, you know, recoup and come back to the chessboard.
For sure. They need this time to adjust the situation. Both teams. Here we have Upgra Mumba Masters in must-win situation, guys. No draw gonna help them. They have to win. And this is the last chance to win the trophy, the first Global Chess League trophy.
You know what I find that helps? Is like a quick Red Bull or a espresso shot.
All right, we have to take a break right now, guys. We're coming back with the studio.
Triveni Continental Kings one more step ahead towards the championship, taking down the Upgrad Mumba Masters in a topsy-turvy match, but with some convincing results there, winning on 2 boards, losing 1 board, and now the Upgrad Mumba Masters have to win the next match on demand. The action continues in the very historic Global Chess League. And to continue the celebrations in the studio, we are being joined by the man who made it all possible. In the studio with me, the chairman of Mahindra Group, Mr. Anand Mahindra. Sir, it's such a pleasure to have you here with us.
Pleasure to be here, Tanya.
It's such a big day for the chess world, and we've had a really fun match. The first thing I want to ask you is, you were following it. Did you have fun watching it?
Even now, and I mean, the tension is high right now, too. Because everyone's hoping for a tie and a blitz at the end. Maybe we'll get that, too.
And how special is this moment for you personally? You've envisioned this whole league, and to see it come to its final moments?
Well, I know you're very young, Tanya, but have you ever had a dream that's come true? You know
Some
what that
of them,
feels
but
like?
still a long way to go.
Well, you know what that feels like. When you see something that's just apparently a figment of your imagination and then it comes to life in front of you, it's a very special feeling.
And Mr. Mahindra, tell us, what was the motivation and the vision behind creating this Global Chess League?
You know, I wish I could tell you that I sat in a dark room and the light suddenly hit me and I had an incredible epiphany and vision about chess and transformation. It wasn't like that. If I was to be honest, I was watching the Chess Olympiad in 2020. This story by now has been told a number of times. And I was just watching Samay and Sagar and their teammates commenting on it, and I tweeted about it, and then they challenged me to start a league.
Wow.
I can't resist challenges. So that's the story of how it began, to be honest.
Has this been all heart?
Isn't that how life should be? You know, isn't that how life should be? That's because, frankly, the head, I wouldn't say always follows the heart. It has to move in tandem. You do anything without heart, it won't succeed.
Very nice words there. And as the first year unfolds, what has been the big milestone? How do you measure the success of the Global Chess League?
You know, you measure it simply by the excitement. I wish there was some kind of IoT device that could measure excitement. But if you see it, it's palpable here. And it's palpable in Dubai. It's caught up with people. People are pouring in to watch. It's palpable around the world. People have been watching online. And so the measurement, I think, is, are we succeeding in broadening the awareness of this game? Are we pulling more kids away from video games and screens? To me, that's going to be a very important metric. And I think we are.
Yeah, the answer is a resounding yes. We've seen the fans here. We've seen the fans online. And with the chess fever on, has that caught up with you? Did you manage to play some chess during the league yourself?
Not with any of the masters here. I'm not a masochist. I don't enjoy humiliation that much. But I'll be honest, I've been sneaking out games on chess.com on the side. In fact, just an hour before coming. And that's more comforting, and I'm getting better.
That's really good to hear. Mr. Mahindra, there was this tweet by you today morning, and it was a powerful one because it spoke about chess as an individual sport and now as a team sport. Do you think when you bring in that team element, it's more impact, more emotions?
The excitement definitely rises. I think it also contributes to making the chess players more aware, more excited, and more collaborative. So it's creating a kind of transformation of the game. I'm not saying the classic version is going to ever be replaced, but like any other sport, if you look at cricket, every format coexists. But I think this is going to be, like in cricket and other sports, this is going to probably be the most rapidly growing format of the game.
That's super. And looking ahead, as you mentioned, that's the big dream. How do you believe you can achieve that? And what are the aspirations beyond this first year?
Well, I'm not micromanaging anything, so I'm going to leave it to Jagdish and Samir and the other people who are managing the league to decide, A, how are we going to extend the awareness and absorption and involvement of people in the league and in all its new formats beyond this season? How are we going to get younger people more involved? How do we make this really a bottoms-up kind of movement? Those are the kinds of things I'm sure they're going to be deliberating on. Right now, they want to make a success out of this. We'll all breathe a sigh of relief after it's all over today, and then we can begin working on the future.
So the world can expect a second season.
I didn't say anything at all. You're not going to get that out of me. You're going to have to find Jagdish. But, you know, it's going... Let the people decide, as they say.
Amazing. And the match that we have going on, we've got the Triveni Continental Kings. And both these teams have a comeback story with the league. And that's been incredible to watch.
You know, as people know, Triveni unfortunately had 2 pullouts. And I was thinking to myself, why does lightning strike twice? But that lightning actually brought a superpower to them, it almost seems, because both Levon and Sarah, who came in, have done brilliantly for the team. So it's been wonderful.
And as you mentioned, the heavy favorites with Magnus and Vishy, we see these two teams being eliminated of the finals. What do you think has contributed to that? Does that just show the strength of the league?
Well, you know, there are many contributors, but that's what you referred to my tweet. What I talked about was that even though some of us may be wistful that we don't have Magnus and Anand in the final, and what a clash of titans that would be, I cannot imagine a better outcome than this, because what it's proved to everybody who might be a future participant, team owner, is that it's not game over when you have a genius on your side. That this is a true team sport. It is about collaboration, everyone pulling their weight. We couldn't have hoped for a better outcome.
You know, Mr. Mahindra, I hear you talking and I feel like you're a true chess fan. You love the game.
Well, as I said, I'm going to get better at it. So don't challenge me to a game now. I know your skills, but maybe one day I will do a match with you at some time.
I'd be scared because, like you said, you're a man who takes on the challenge, and we've seen you do that with the Global Chess League. Thank you so much for joining us.
Pleasure
and sharing
to be
your
here.
thoughts.
Pleasure.
There we have the chairman of the Mahindra Group. He's the one who's made this all possible, and we will be back with the final rapid game. Can the upgrad Mumbai Masters win on demand? Levon Aronian and Weyi stealing the show for the Triveni Continental Kings in the first rapid game. The upgrad Mumbai Masters have to strike, and they have to strike now. Peter, what do they do to get by?
They need to forget this happened and just play their best. Even in this match, I think they had plenty of chances. So they will know it's within their power. They've won matches on demand in this league already. So just play as if the first round didn't exist.
How do you do that when you're facing Levon Aronian on the icon board? He's been unstoppable this tournament.
Yeah, Levon delivered when he was most wanted. Both Levon and Weyi have produced their absolutely scintillating best form in the last rounds, both the last rounds of the qualifying round and here. And this is the biggest challenge I think the upgrade Mumbai Masters face. What to do with those two juggernauts?
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the scoreline with which the Triveni Continental Kings took the first match, and they did make it look easy, taking it on the icon board and board number 3, Weyi with a fantastic win over Vidit Gujarati. But it was that junior board that keeps the hopes alive for the upgrad Mumbai Masters, scoring their only win. How critical is that board in the next round?
We'll continue being critical. You feel kind of bad for Jonas Bull, who plays extremely well in pretty much every single game here, but the points are not coming. He seems to be miscalculating at the crucial moments. And this is, I think, the board Upgrad will be targeting.
Do you believe that on the icon board for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, it's just key to hold Levon, not to try to push too much, but just to make sure to not lose control over the possession?
I just hope you never say that to Maxime. I think Maxime would be extremely offended by this. No, Maxime will play sharply for a win.
Ooh, so we can't expect fireworks on that board.
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Wow, the upgrad Mumbai Masters will be playing with the white pieces the next match, and will they go for wins all across the board? Peter, you're saying Maxime's going to try to pull that one out. Which is the other player from the Masters who will try to get that win?
I think Karika has a fantastic tournament. She struggled a bit with black, but in general, I think she's had a better tournament than Sarah. And as we mentioned, board 6 does look like a very interesting board for upgrade Mumbai Masters, in particular Sindarov with white against Jonas Bourbier, who will be incredibly disappointed about having lost that game.
And the Triveni Continental Kings, for every win, they're going to get 4 points. And they need to just hold the match. Now, a draw on all 6 boards, highly unlikely, but the upgrad Mumbai Masters have to go all out. Throw the entire kitchen sink here at the Triveni Continental Kings. Let's take a look at the order of play, the matchups that are coming up. It is go big or go home for the upgrad Mumbai Masters as they take on the white pieces against Triveni Continental Kings. And will the players be able to strike back? We will be back with all the chess action as we see the players walking down the tunnel to enter the very big moment. We'll be back with all the big moves.
to the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. We are back with the second rapid game between the Triveni Continental Kings and the Upgrade Mumbai Masters. With me is my dear friend Sagar Shah and Tanya Sachdev. How are you feeling?
Samay, I'm feeling very excited because the Upgrade Mumbai Masters have to strike now, or else the Triveni Continental Kings take this one home.
It's a do-or-die situation. Tanya, who are you rooting for?
I'm rooting for chess right now, but that man on the screen, Levon Aronian, has been on fire. He takes down Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He's been the icon slayer, and this is going to be a big board. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with the white pieces. Peter said he's going to go for blood.
Yes, and he's opened his game with d4, and Maxime generally likes to play king pawn. So already you can feel that Maxime is going to, surprise Levon in some ways.
This is called the Queen's Gambit, right?
Yes.
So should you accept it or should you not accept it?
Well, Levon says he's going to accept it today. And he's decided to take that pawn. And the whole point is, Samay, you sacrifice a pawn with white to gain more central control. That's why we see Maxime Vachier-Lagrave advancing down the board with his central pawns, gaining more space, developing really quickly.
Those two pawns in the center look so beautiful. And now the bishop wants to capture the black pawn which is there. So Levon instantly says, I'm not going to let you do that, and develops the knight hitting that central pawn.
So basically, if white takes this pawn, black is going to take this pawn.
Exactly.
Yes.
But even after that, Levon is simply a pawn up.
Yes, but that's why Maxime is not going to take that pawn. So he pushes it.
And now the knight moves, and now this pawn is completely free. You can now take it back, and that's what it does. Now the material is equal, the bishops are out. And now here MVL is thinking, maybe just bring out your pieces. I mean, you want to start a war, you need all your pieces. Bring them in.
He might develop his knight there, or he might do that sneaky move with the queen.
Yes, Sagar. That's the one that's on my mind as well right now.
Exactly, because it's a double attack, Samay. If you put your queen on b3, you attack p7 and also the knight. But he hasn't done it. He brings his knight out in the center.
Wow, he goes for the development approach, and will he choose to make his king safe at this moment by going for the shot, the king's side castle? Or will he bring the other knight into the game the way Samay was pointing out, with it jumping towards the center of the board?
I mean, the king is pretty safe. You can bring out the knight first, and the king will later on castle. It's like a happy king right now.
Right. I like how Maxime has played this opening because he has managed to create an imbalanced position. This is exactly what Upgrade Mumbai Masters need on every board.
Guys, as commentators, we're supposed to be unbiased, but let me be honest with you guys. I am totally biased. I want the Upgrade Mumbai Masters to win this one so that we have a tie break and we have more chess.
Ooh, yeah, that would be awesome. Chess would really win if this goes down to the wire. Seeing these two teams fight it out, take it to the Blitz, and a potential tiebreaker after that, that would be an exciting day, but there is a far way road to that.
Look at this pawn defending both the knight and the bishop. It's like, sometimes you need one support system, and this is like the happy family.
Yes, the pawn is beautifully defending everything, Samay, the sort of the backbone of black's position. And right now, Maxime is actually thinking, what should he do? No, he has castled here. So actually, it's Levon's move. He's trying to figure out.
Yeah, maybe even Levon should bring out all his pieces. Starting with this knight, maybe this bishop. Because in chess, the first thing that you want to do after removing your pieces is to castle, and that's what he needs to do. Maybe make some space for the king to castle with moving the bishop.
Absolutely.
This is going to be a fun fight. He first falls back with the knight. He is hitting that bishop, the white bishop that has been developed. So asking some questions. It's not a pleasant choice when you've got to move your piece which is attacked.
Agreed. Yeah, I think the bishop has to drop back. It cannot be given up. It's a very important bishop.
Guys, how about instead of bringing it back here, you bring it back here and say, I am also attacking your bishop now, and if you don't do anything, I'm going to take your bishop, you're going to take with the pawn, you're going to have two double pawns, which is a bad structure. So maybe this is a better move than bringing it back here.
He's reaching out and he falls the other way. That was a good idea, but I think Maxime just wants to keep as many pieces on the board as possible. And this bishop that we see right now, it can come into play. Imagine some point, Samay, that knight from e2 jumps over to g3 and hits that bishop that you're talking about. And then the bishop on b3 can become powerful if the trade is allowed. Do you guys think that Maxime is feeling the pressure right now? He's lost the first match against Lev. What's going on in his mind?
I think Maxime is a big match player and he is taking this as an opportunity to strike back. And I'm sure more than pressure, he's feeling inspired right now to sort of fight it out here. And you can see him, he's relaxed. He's relaxed. And I think both these players have played so many big matches in their life that this is, something they have done, been there, done that.
Guys, can we quickly have a bird's eye view? I want to show you something insane that's happening in one of the games.
Okay, let's have a look.
Look at game number 6. What is happening? Maybe we can go deeper in that game. The king is not castled. It's completely weak. What is that structure?
Let's go to the junior prodigy board. And always when Sindaro and Bear play against each other, we get very, very exciting games. So, what is happening here, Samay?
I cannot understand anything while looking at the 3D board. I need the 2D board, and there it is.
Yes.
Wow, let's bring that up as this is the board which scored the big point for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters in the only win for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters in match 1. And Jonas looking tense there because the position is absolute fire. Sindaro once again going hyper aggressive with his pawns on the king side, challenging the center, asking big questions. And now Jonas decides to trade that very important knight.
Yeah, I mean, look at that king, right, Tanya, in the center. I think right now, actually, Sindaro is the one who has the white pieces here.
Absolutely, Sagar. And both kings are in the center. Big questions as there is a face-off at the very center within these two important pawns. And because this position is so complicated, it's a good time to reach out to Master Swidler with his thoughts at the madness on the board.
Yeah, this is a very exciting position and hard to assess. At first I thought the Black Knight looking so beautiful in the center of the board must ensure that Black is doing quite well. But I think in the battle of two uncastled kings, it's easier to imagine how White King becomes safe rather than the Black King. So I started leaning towards Sindarov doing quite well here. But it's still a very messy position and definitely exactly what Sindarov and his team need. But even more importantly, Harika is doing very, very well on board 5. This is arguably the biggest swing in one direction we've seen so far in this match. And also very good news for the fans of Upgrad Mumbai Masters and for those of us who want to see Blitz. That position looks very, very risky for Sarah.
Right, Harika actually leading from the front for her team and going to score that important point. If we could go to board number 5 and have a look at the game between Harika and Sara Khadem, that would be very nice. As Master Swidler just said, I think the biggest advantage right now that White has are her knights. Look at those knights for White. Beautifully positioned there. No one can kick it away. And the other knight also on the other side of the board creating some threats.
At two different edges of the board, but creating their own play. And we also see that bishop on G2.
Wow.
That is one strong piece, really controlling
like
the
this.
long diagonal. Very often, the queen that we see can jump over to the king side on that H5 square. But watch out, there is one weakness in White's camp, and that is that D3 pawn currently under attack.
Wow.
Absolutely, but with the Black King stuck in the center, I don't think we need to care about that pawn at all. I would go for an all-out attack of some sort. I like this move. I was looking at this move in particular,
F4,
just completely ignoring the Black counterplay and saying, I want to go for mate. Because, on the other hand, if Black manages to develop the bishop that is next to the king and castle king side, Black will not be doing so poorly. So you need to achieve something right this moment. And I think this move is played in exactly the right spirit by Harika.
Wow.
Sagar, I would like to ask you a question here. Why would they even allow me to make an arrow like this?
I think they've just made it so that, you can make some jokes here.
Someone who's made hundreds of arrows like this in my entire commentating career, I think it's done specifically for comedic effect. Yeah, I'm sure the engineers coded it so that they can make fun of us in the privacy of their own homes.
All right, now with F4, guys, this pawn is being attacked. What Harika is saying is that if you take this pawn, I'm going to come in with a check on your king, and then you'll have to bring the bishop in, which will get pinned over there.
Right.
So it's a very crucial decision. What do you play with Black here? Maybe you play a move like bishop d6, but even that's no good. This is anyway coming.
Oh, she brings her bishop out. Sara Khadem here, very, very resourceful. And look at that exclamation mark. She's found
a
under
good move.
pressure. A very good move for her team.
And Sarah has sort of been this fairy dust for the Triveni Continental Kings. Ever since she stepped in, the team has been winning match after match. She has been a key performer in the team, and this one's a big one. She's finding the right approach in a difficult position. And the idea is watch out for that knight. Notice that knight at the edge of the board there. And that is under attack. Sarah also hoping to get her king to safety, because that's going to be a very important point in the game.
Absolutely. Very important. And by the way, Samay, Tanya, did you know that in this matchup, there's also a husband and wife battle in opposing teams? The Upgrad Mumbai Masters has Alexander Grishchuk, while the Triveni Continental Kings has Katrina Lagno. They are married to each other.
Good thing they're not playing against each other, or someone might have to sleep in the drawing room.
Guys, right now we are on Levon Aronian versus MVL game. What is happening here? I mean, look at this bishop on b3. It looks so dangerous. It's attacking the king. The knight is here. It's going to give a discovery to the queen.
Yeah.
There are some tactics in the air here.
I like MVL's position.
But where is Levon?
Ooh, Levon is...
Levon's chilling? What is going on? He is chilling. He's taking a look at the other boards. That is a sign of confidence right there. This is a rapid game. You got almost just about 12 minutes on the clock. And there you are, taking a look at your teammates. It is a team competition. And often understanding what's going on there, you can take decisions on your own board.
Right, absolutely. And I think that is what Levon is doing. He wants to decide whether he should go on the attack or he should play carefully there. Okay, and he is looking at all the boards. But for the time being, right now, MVL is thinking about what needs to be done. But I like MVL's position, Tanya. He's got a knight right in the heart of the position.
Oof.
And he is thinking very carefully, because every little move counts here. If you make one inaccurate move, suddenly the advantage is lost.
And the advantage is so critical right now, given the match situation. The Upgrad Mumbai Masters have to win on demand to force the tiebreak, to go into those best-of-2 Blitz games. Right now, a big decision for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. With that centralized knight, does he trade it for the bishop, taking that bishop pair for the game?
Absolutely. This is a very important decision. And also, I'm very keen to know as to who is right now dominating this match. So, if you guys think appropriate, can we get those 6 boards and try to look at the bar and see who's ahead?
Only if Levon Aronian could also do that. You know, I wanted to ask you guys, if we had to make some fun with chess, maybe, you know, do you think it would be a good option to give a lifeline to the players that they can see the evaluation bar of any one game? Do you think in the future that can be a possibility?
Very interesting. I like it. I like it. You know, Samay, you know, if someone would have told me black gets 4 points, all players will play the same color before this tournament, I would have said, no, not a good idea, but it worked out beautifully.
I would push back on that rule. I would say that, you know what, this is sport. This is about humans playing. That's what makes it fun. That's what makes it exciting. It's about the mistakes, the brilliancies, and that's what we love to see. So keep that eval bar in the analysis room.
All right. So, Sagar, what do you think when you see all these 6 boards? So far, everything is equal?
I think the first board looks equal. Second one definitely looks like Alexander Grishchuk is very slightly better. With it, seems to be a pawn up against Wei Yi on board number 3. On board number 4, also it looks around even. Board number 5 as well. And board number 6. So right now, the Triveni Continental Kings are playing brilliantly, not letting the Upgrad Mumbai Masters take advantage on any board.
Maybe we can ask Master Swidler if there's any one game he thinks can go in the favor of Upgrad Mumbai Masters. Which one is it?
Good one.
I like Alexander Grishchuk's position mainly because I think he's still in his home preparation, and Yuan Yi, I think, is having to spend a lot of time on his decisions, and it's a very complicated, very sharp Slav in which, once again, you take the side who knows better. But there are sharp positions everywhere, and the match could definitely go either way. I think Upgrad Mumbai Masters have achieved what they wanted to achieve out of the opening in getting 6 very sharp positions. But choosing one to win, I would go with Grishchuk, but so far none of them really look like they're very far ahead.
All right, so maybe we can go and deep dive into game 2 between Grishchuk and Yu Yangi here. there are 3 knights, and the 4th is here. Maybe if the knight would come here.
And we see Alexander Grischuk there. He's not even looking at his table currently. But again, we see the players constantly do this. They are so keen to know what's happening on their teammates' board to take decisions. Sameh, you were talking about the knights. This is a very unique formation where we've got 3 knights at the center of the board. A very thematic opening Slav outcome.
Yeah, what I like for white is that his pieces are more active. I mean, look at these 2 knights in the center of the game. This bishop is eyeing the king. But this bishop, on the other hand, is eyeing nowhere. So, which is why I think white is doing slightly better. However, Sagar.
Yeah.
This king is feeling pretty weak over here. I mean, look at this king so nicely in the castle. It's very, very difficult to penetrate that fortress. But here, I think anything can go wrong very easily.
I think surely the king is slightly exposed. But Tanya, I think you are a big expert at this opening, right?
I do play this opening with white. And I've loved playing this opening with white. With some good results going my way, and I do agree with everything that Peter said earlier, that white just has that better edge here. It's not winning, it's not close to winning, and I want to just quickly explain why that's the case. Long-term strategic advantage. You can point out that h5 pawn, that's a weakness. Sameh, very often in chess, we have to visualize positions. So imagine if the pieces get traded off the board. In the endgame, white would have a huge advantage with this big weakness staring down the board. Meanwhile, that bishop that is on the light squares is always a big trump in white's position. Far away future, the B pawn can advance down the board. It's not going to happen soon. Watch out. Do not try this at home. But at the right moment, that bishop can open up. The main idea for white here is to try to trade off the heavy pieces, which are the rooks and the queens. And very often, the endgames are better for white.
How do you make progress here, Tanya? I mean, as white, yeah, you said we are doing better, but like how to attack anywhere? We can't do anything. We can't bring the knights in, can we?
Actually, we can. We can try to play that move at an opportune moment. I pointed out one weakness. There's another weakness in Black's camp. It's all about the pawn formations. Look at that f7 pawn. All by itself, a lonely little soul. The f7, h5 can come under fire. But Sameh, the bigger question is, what are Black's move? And very often Black jumps in with that bishop because there is the weakness on the square. And with this move, trying to also make sure that when the rooks get traded on the open D line, the other rook can slide over and recapture.
So can we now just put this knight over here, attacking this pawn, kind of threatening a fork? Let's say you don't do anything, I attack this, and both rooks are under threat. But
that knight is defending that pawn, the black knight. So actually, for the time being, it looks like black is doing completely fine. But look at Alexander.
Ooh, he kicks away this knight first.
Yes, Samay wants to fork. Let me first get rid of the knight in the center.
And I think this move has such a tricky idea as well. If that black knight jumps into that hole on g4, one move that comes to mind is you can step up with the queen. Let's have that move on the board and quickly show that knight g4 has actually happened on the board. And I'm just wondering if the queen could move forward, hitting the bishop and the pawn. Alexander here with a different approach, steps up with the bishop, targeting that knight. Always watch out for that h-pawn.
This was the move Tanya was suggesting, queen c4, attacking the bishop and the pawn. However, bishop has been played to f3, attacking the knight.
And maybe it's time to ask our master Swidler what he thinks about this move.
I like the design.
This is a very beautiful setup by Alexander, but I want to briefly switch to the game we've already spoken about, because there's been a lot of developments on board 5 in the game between Harika and Sarah Hadem. And Harika just made a brilliant move there. She clearly calculated this sequence cleaner than her opponent, and seems to be very much ahead now. Very nicely calculated there by Harika, because as you will see on the screen now, her final move is this very quiet little short move by the queen. When her rook is hanging, her pawn on c4 is also hanging, but it creates this massive threat of bishop takes h6, attacking the g7 pawn, because g7 pawn is pinned, and that just takes precedence over everything else in this position. This threat is unbelievably strong. Wow. And next, white could also come in with a knight to d6. Notice how the black pawn in the center is now a white pawn because it got captured. And the knight now has a very nice outpost on d6 for the future. So I don't think white even cares necessarily about having to sacrifice this exchange on f1. Looks like a very promising attacking game by Harika.
Guys, this double exclamation mark means it's a brilliancy. You get to see that rarely when I'm playing.
You get to see that rarely when anyone's playing somewhere. These are the hardest moves to find, and the best chess players try to get as many of those in as possible.
Right, and Harika has actually calculated quite a few moves down the line, and she is not only having a great position, she's also ahead on time. She has 2 minutes extra, and look at Sara. She didn't take the rook. She moved her king so that that bishop cannot capture the pawn on the side of the board.
Unpinning the king. You want to be able to recapture that pawn if bishop was to sacrifice. Now that that threat is gone, black's bishop is still hitting that rook on f1. And maybe Harika just continues to leave that hanging and jump in with the knight to that very strong outpost on d6.
Wow, that would be something.
What?
This game is really heating up, and I think this is the best chance for Upgrade Mumbai Masters to score 3 points here.
Tanya, your move knight d6 just loses the rook.
It loses the rook for the time being. Well, it's an exchange, Samir, and it's all about compensation. You give me that strong bishop, I will get control of the light squares. I'm also targeting the f7 pawn at the end. I'm also targeting the b7 pawn in some positions. My bishop is super active. You know what? I love the compensation. Bring it on.
Wow, but that's a very risky move. Do you
Yes,
think
it's very committal.
that Harika will find it? Because to be able to find such a risky move in an individual game is one thing, but when you're playing for your team, you're thinking, you're rethinking that.
Very
Should I
true.
take such a big risk for my entire team, especially in a must-win situation? Saga, do you think she'll take this risk?
I think she will today because she's in a very inspired frame of mind, and maybe Master Swidler
I just wanted
has
to say
more
that
inputs.
in a way it's easier to make a move like this in a must-win situation because your team definitely will not be blaming you for taking additional risks. You absolutely need to win some games, and this looks very natural. The only reason I think she might not do it is that there are other moves which are also looking quite attractive. You can go for a rook lift with rook f4, rook g4 perhaps. So there are definitely some other options which are available to her. But my mind is very drawn to this idea of just immediately putting the knight on the best square on the board and going from there.
What a big moment for Harika. Will she sacrifice and go all in? It really is all in when you make a move like that. You know you've given up material. The only way to get out of that is to give checkmate. So it's a critical moment, which is why I like that Harika has paused and is taking a think.
Yes, and she does look a bit tensed, Look at her face there, and she actually moves the rook up the board.
The other option that Master
Oh.
Swidler was mentioning, the rook lift. Do you even rook lift? This is such a thematic idea for attack in chess. You want to bring the rook up the board and then side the board, trying to target your opponent's king side.
Can you just play a move right now, h5, and just prevent all your ideas of bringing the rook to the right side?
But Samay, if you touch pawns in front of your king, it would only get more weak. So I think Sara doesn't want to touch any of those pawns. She needs to find a very solid defense here. Not easy, not easy.
Not easy at all, and I'm a big fan of rook lifts for the attack. The legendary Judith Polgar said that this is the most underrated thematic idea in trying to attack. So everyone watching, when you're playing chess and you're on the attack, always try to think how you can rook lift and build that attack. That's what Harika's doing right now, and maybe
But
this is
whenever
a
you
good
do
moment.
that, you calculate well, guys, because these are not easy tactics. When you see these pro players doing it, you think even I can do a rook lift. But then you do it in your game, and then you have to lift the rook and put it outside the board.
Opponent lifts your rook.
Well, actually, the last move that we suggested with the knight jump, that's the kind of rook lift that would happen with the bishop taking the rook, but not in this one. The rook is safe. The attack is on. Is this a good moment to get our bird's eye view up? Get an overview of the action that's going on across all the boards.
We have a result. Board number 3 is done. And is it a draw? Yes, it is. Vidit Gujarati draws against Vei, which is actually a good result because Vei has been in scintillating form. There's Vidit's sister, Vedika, very tensed as well.
Very tense, even though her brother's game is over, the team game is still on. The action is still on. The Upgrade Mumbai Masters are feeling the tension.
Absolutely. And here we have the bird's eye view.
I really like how the Triveni Continental Kings are defending in every single game. There's not one board in which they are worse. It's so far everything's equal. Maybe only board that has something going on for the Upgrade Mumbai Masters is the board number 5 between Harika and Sara.
5 and 2 also, Samay. Maybe Grishchuk is slightly pressing, no? In that position, it might seem that diamond-like structure we were talking about in the center. So that could be very possible. But can we quickly look at the icon board? Because it seems like Levon Aronian might once again strike today.
What?
Yeah, he looks slightly better already with the black pieces.
That would be crazy if Lev takes 2 points on the icon board in this big match. Peter, what do you make of this position? Where are Lev's chances?
Well, it's a very open position where Lev has a bishop against the knight, and this generally is supposed to favor the side with the bishop a little bit. I don't think he is that much better, but he's definitely very comfortable here. I think he is choosing just how sharp the position will become. I think his last move is a bit of an indication that he's okay with just equalizing and not pushing too hard, because the match, I think, stands quite well for TCK.
You know, Samay, when you have a better position slightly, it's like you are driving a car up a slope. You know, you have to balance your clutch and your accelerator and brake very carefully, because the moment you realize that you need to win, you need to start pressing the accelerator, or else you need to keep the balance and go slow.
Oh my god, that's why I always take an Uber, guys. I don't want to make all these decisions. Right now, it is a very, very critical position. His queen is coming inside towards c4, Sagar, and this pawn looks weak, but it can be easily defended. The rook is attacking it, but nothing's happening there right now. What a move by MVL. He's pushing f5, attacking this bishop.
Yes, MVL is going all out, Tanya.
He's going all in, but I'm just wondering if Lev can use the momentum and instead of defending the bishop, actually attack White's queen. Bring that rook to the center of the board, and he does it.
Nice.
Rook jumps in. And is there I thought this was a blunder because there's a check at the center with a check and attacking the rook. But notice that key e3 square, that would defend everything. We see queen trades happen. And Maxime Vacher-Lagrave there breathes a sigh of relief.
But look at this now. With this exchange, the rook has opened up to the pawn. There. The other rook is attacking the other pawn. The pawn is attacking the bishop. Too many things hanging in the air.
But at the same time, even White is not having the best structure, Sagar. I think that this game is going towards a draw, and I think a draw would be a great result for MVL considering the form that Levon has been in. He's consistently winning all his games.
Very true, Samir. But the upgrade Mumbai Masters need to score on some board. And with every passing game, that opportunity becomes narrower and narrower. And we see there Levon falling all the way back with the bishop. I see the hanging pawns. Master Peter, can Maxime be up an extra pawn in this position?
He can, and he will be, at least for a short while. But I really like the move Levon has just made, because I think the natural move would be to make a slightly shorter move to f7, attacking the white pawn on b3. But Levon correctly identifies that by far the best square for that piece is on the long diagonal. So he's just taking the time to put it on c6, and then that bishop will be an absolutely dominant piece on the entire board. I think Levon is completely fine, despite the fact that he will be a pawn down, whichever pawn MVL decides to pick up.
It's the piece activity that Lev has and the pawn structure that Samir pointed out, the doubled pawns for Maxime, which dilute that extra pawn's pressure. Let's move out of this one for just a moment. Zoom out, get an overview of our 5 remaining boards and take a look as the action is heating up. And my eyes are on that center top board. We've had some trades. There has been a lot of changes. White's got 2 knights against the bishop and knight. What do we make of these developments?
I like Grishchuk's position. He is keeping that small little edge burning. And I think that is what is needed for his team. Just keep going. Don't simplify. Keep the pieces on the board. An opportunity will arise at some point.
So it's that uphill car drive that you were talking about.
Exactly.
Grishchuk under control with all the hairpin bends.
But he has less time, guys. You know, it's 2 minutes, 29 seconds only.
Grishchuk always likes to play slowly at some point, and then when he has 30 seconds, he speeds up.
That's when you see God-level chess by Alexander Grishchuk when he's down to the second. So do not pay attention to the clock. And I think the best players in the world already know that you can't target Grishchuk's clock.
Right. And by the way, just having a quick talk about other games, I don't think Humpy on board 4 will be able to win that position. So that might end in a draw. That means that Harika and Grishchuk really have to strike on board 2 and 5 for the upgrade Mumbai Masters. I think it's a very critical one.
Look at this knight. Go ahead, but attack behind.
Oh, nice. Both the knights are attacking. And Samay, once that pawn falls, then white has 3 central pawns.
Wow. Is there a way to defend this pawn now? I don't see it.
No, I think black needs to give it up and try to develop some immediate counterplay on the other side of the board. And white does dedicate pretty much his entire force to the king side here. So black will have some time to perhaps attack the pawn on e4, the one that is somewhat torn away from its compatriots. This is not an easy position to play, but of course being up a pawn is going to be quite useful.
I'm getting really excited, guys. I think the Yuma Masters are slightly doing better in this entire game right now.
I'm getting excited as well as the clocks are running low. We are heading to decisive results. Somewhere they might be better, but you know, these formats are so difficult to predict. We've seen turnarounds in those very last seconds, and that's exactly what the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League is about. It's not over till it's over.
MVL has done something really, really odd, though. Let's return to the icon board for a second, because I guess MVL is so dissatisfied with how his team is doing that he is going for a very, very serious gamble here. One I did not expect at all, and honestly one I don't particularly like.
Yeah, MVL looks to be in trouble as Levon chops off a very important pawn. Another pawn bites the dust. Oh my god, is Levon going to score another win? That would mean that TCK will have great chances, but look at MVL's rooks.
Wow, there is a battery on the 7th rank. Big threat, picking up that G7 pawn with a check. Very active rooks for Maxime. And I'm just wondering, how can Lev get out of this mess?
Very importantly, the rook that just picked up 2 of the white pawns is also protecting one of their own. So I think you can just push the attacked pawn 1 square forward, allow white to give that check on G7, just very calmly go king H8. I don't see anything particularly wrong with that, because our rook is protecting the other one. And this is, this is what he does. Yeah, honestly, I don't quite see why MVL thought this was any good.
Wow, it's on the board, and Maxime Vacher-Lagrave is in big trouble. He's down a pawn right now, and he could very well be losing the 2nd pawn.
Guys, we need to go to board number 6, the Prodigy board, because right now a massive blunder has happened.
Let's go!
Javokir Sindarov is completely winning against Jonas Bear, it seems. The last move, pawn capturing the pawn, is a big mistake if we can get the analysis board here.
Oh man, now this pawn is completely loose. You can take it with the rook.
Yeah, you can take the pawn with the rook, and he takes it.
And then I think queen e3 is just winning, right? We can stop the black rook from giving a check from h6, and we're also creating a seemingly unstoppable threat of queen g5 check. At least that's my initial reaction. Just play queen e3, and we haven't even sacrificed anything here with white. Material is level, and I think it's pretty clear which side has the more attacking chances. It seems like, unfortunately for Treveni Continental Kings, Jonas Bulbier is once again somewhat crumbling under pressure in a decisive moment. I don't really see any defense after queen e3.
What black wants to do is pick up that pawn on g4 somewhere and put it all the way back on g7 to defend that king. But that is illegal in chess. Pawns don't move backwards. It's not possible, and this has really exposed black's king. Queen e3, a double-purpose move, taking away black's biggest threat and putting forward white's biggest threat with a check.
Right, and Javokir Sindaro, you can see there's a spring in his body, body movement. He's like, yes, I know this is a win. I know, I just know he can see the move, but he's not making it.
He's got time, and that is professional play, because he knows he's got 5.5 minutes on the clock. It's the moment that you slow down. It's the moment that you take your time. Do a little dance, do a little head bobbing, and just make sure everything's under control.
Look at him. It's like, he's so happy.
Moving to a beat.
Belly dancing.
But Javokir...
He reaches out with the queen. It's coming, and he's a little bit ahead on the board. Also a nice threat there. Move. Hitting that g4 pawn, but it is actually a mistake because it allows black to give a check.
Yeah, I thought
maybe now
allowing rook h6 check was an inferior version of the same idea. It still looks incredibly threatening for black, because if you give that check, we can put our own rook on h2 without taking the rook, and we continue attacking. But as you can see on your screens, the engine disagrees and says this is now not as clear.
Yeah, maybe now it's time for beer to dance.
But you know, Javokir Sindaro's body, you know what he's doing right now. I don't think he can see the bar in any way, right? So he still thinks he's winning. He's so confident, and I think Bear definitely is feeling the pressure. You know, we guys can see the bar. Look at him.
Oh
He's
my
sweating.
God. He reaches out and he makes a move. He pushes the pawn, disconnecting White's bishop with that white rook. Watch out. Now the rook on a7 is under attack, and it is the accurate move. Jonas finds the right defense.
Guys, the dance has become a little less intense now, you see.
No.
Oh, and head in hands now.
Yes. Now I think he just forgot that. Oh, the bishop is now not defending his own rook. Samay, the rook is hanging for White.
This is
Exactly. The
back
bishop has
to being a complete mess with very, very unpredictable outcomes. Queen e3 was completely winning, though. I was curious, so I checked.
Okay. So this means that this game can go either way right now. No one's winning. It's around equal. Also, the other boards are actually turning around. Alexander Grishchuk, who had a great position on board 2, is suddenly under pressure now against Yu Yangi.
Guys, whatever happened to the game between Harika and Sara? That was something was brewing over there.
Again, Sara defending really well. Should we right now go to board number 2 very quickly, because Alexander Grishchuk is down to his last 25 seconds. Board number 2. If we can quickly.
Wow, and turnaround is the name of the game, as it is Alexander Grishchuk who's feeling the heat. The material is balanced. We still see White's knights nicely placed. But is it the black rook that's creating havoc in White's camp? Master Peter Swedler, what do you think of this one?
Well, the king's safety is the name of the game here, and as you guys were correctly saying, the black king just feels much safer behind the pawns, whereas for the white king, once again, you would very much like to drag that forward pawn on a4 and put it back on the starting square. You would feel much better about life if that was the case, but it's not there, and black could potentially play against that weakened king. It doesn't seem very disastrous for Alexandra yet, but 25 seconds against 2 minutes. This will not be an easy game for him to control.
Do you think this is going to be a decisive board?
I think so, and I think let's stick with this game because only 25 seconds, and now we're going to see Alexander Grishchuk play his best chess. We all know he thrives under time pressure. Maybe he's the one who's going to convert this.
Right, and by the way, we don't need to change the board, but I just want to give a big update here that Harika, who was winning throughout her game, is now in a lost position against Sara Khadem. That is actually bad news for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters. And I think right now, the Triveni Continental Kings are firmly in control of this match.
Wow, but meanwhile, Yu Yangi for Triveni Continental Kings touching the 1 minute mark. Look at the focus on Alexander Grishchuk right now. This is a very tense moment.
Do or die.
Prediction time. I believe Alexander Grishchuk is going to win this game.
Really?
Yes.
Wow, that's a very bold prediction, Samay, because the position does not warrant such a suggestion.
I saw him have breakfast today. You know, we were having breakfast. He had veggies. He had his, green leaves. I think he's in good form.
Also, look at the focus on both the players. They're not making their moves. What are they doing?
They're down to seconds, and now he's got 35 seconds on the clock. And that black rook needs to be careful. It's an enemy's camp, but it could very well be trapped. With the last move, he secures a spot on that b3 square, looking for invasion. A big threat as well of taking that knight. You want to take 2 knights and give up your rook.
But Grishchuk just pushes the pawn, and these pawns are moving forward along with the knights. No, the queen comes in.
I think White should be quite happy about this because the last remaining central pawn for Black, I think, is more vulnerable than anything that White has. And White can now switch to attacking it. I think we take, and yeah, or we start with the move that Alexander played. You can start with this check, and then eventually all the trades happen, and the pawn on f7 will be terribly weak. I think Samay's prediction is becoming more and more realistic with every passing moment.
I told you guys, have green vegetables for breakfast. You'll have a great day.
Well, Samay, your advice and also Master Peter Swidler's advice, amazing. Guys, if you want to get all the summaries of the Global Chess League, do go to the Amazon Music, our audio streaming partner, for all the updates related to the Global Chess League.
Guys, 10 seconds here. I'm telling you, blunders will happen any moment. And there you go.
Oh, the king went. He actually brought his king this side, then moved it that side.
That shows complete hesitation and lack of confidence. He knows that Yu Yangi is in trouble right now, doesn't know where to place the king. And look at that, pieces are fumbling on the board.
Hey, now, rook
Now,
d7.
yes, rook. Let's move the rook in.
These two pawns are going to become queens.
Yeah.
Wow.
Looks very, very strong. You can also attack the pawn with a knight, but I think rook d7 is a stronger starting move for our push here. Let's see what Alexander chooses.
And he chooses in to go in with the knight, attacking that pawn, also threatening big checks on the board. One is expecting the rook to come in. Also notice how that knight will actually guard the b2 pawn when needed.
Right, that knight is brilliantly positioned in the center, and Alexander Grischuk getting the job done because Humpy is holding against Katrina Lagno. Harika is holding against Sara Kadem.
Check.
Yeah, check and
It's
take
all
the
over.
pawn.
It's all over, guys.
He does it. It's on the board. Somehow he gives a check. The king has to move. The pawn is taken, but black can also step up with the bishop attacking the knight and the pawn. And then white has got a brilliant move of
it's
stepping
a
up with the
perpetual.
king.
Is it a perpetual after this?
We'll see if it happens.
No, he moves the rook, and I think this is going really nicely for Alexander now. He's 2 pawns up. He's actually pawn up, but those 2 central pawns are very powerful.
It looks like a million pawns up with those 2 central pawns. They look unstoppable once they start moving down the board. Black has to get desperate and try and find some counterplay. I don't see how he does it here.
I like
In
that
the meantime,
move.
fantastic turnaround on board 5 for Upgrade Mumba Masters. Harika now winning against Sara again.
Wow, that's a big call there. So Harika winning now, Alexander winning. Upgrade Mumba Masters in control once again.
Let's go. I want to see a tiebreaker. Yes.
And look at that. We've got the Triveni Continental Kings player. That's Tan
Wei Yi.
Zongi and Wei Yi looking at the games. They know how crucial this is, but their team on the back foot.
Guys, no way you're going to stop these pawns. And once the pawn reaches the 8th rank, it can become anything it wants. But just like my parents used to say, you have to only become engineer. I'm sure that they'll only make it a queen. Why does everyone only make it a queen, man?
Queen is good.
Unless you're Magnus Carlsen. He did under-promote to a knight, and he did win that game.
Yeah. True. But for the time being, the 2 pawns are like best friends of each other, moving down the board. And there's a check. You just move your king up.
Then the rook goes to the 2nd, and a4, a3 becomes a threat. Or you just give a check and you try to pick up the pawn on b2. On low time, and they both are playing on incredibly low time, this is still not very easy at all. Even though you see the engine bar saying this is quite clearly winning for white, there is still plenty of opportunity for white to go wrong.
And let's point out that threat that Master Swidler is pointing out. The A pawn advancing down the board to hit the B2 pawn. It's on the board.
I think he wants to take the bishop and go f7, and this probably does win. This is quite...
Oh my God.
He does it.
Wow, Alexander Grischuk sacrificing his rook for the bishop and making a queen there. But I think the rook will go back.
And sacrifice itself for the queen.
Yes, but Tanya, there's another pawn left on the board.
And that pawn will be the decider pawn. That E pawn will be left back once he gives the pawn. But maybe he
What
can
about
just
these
start
pawns?
advancing.
What about these pawns, guys?
Yeah, it's also dangerous because if we push our E pawn,
Yes.
then black will push the B pawn and create some mating ideas.
But then you go queen and you
Then
stop
you
the
queen.
mating ideas.
Then you queen.
That is actually
But he-
incredibly
he makes
beautiful,
the
but he
queen
goes
first.
f8, and yeah, this is still quite tricky because the king is actually
will
going
come.
to stop the pawn. I think
Yeah,
king
yeah,
is...
yeah.
the king is not in time. d7 is not a square the king can get to. The knight controls the d7 square.
This is game over.
This is
because
just a
Black's king
queen.
cannot stop the promotion. You just push and you push and you push and,
And
you queen.
now the king would be very unhappy here because it wants to come here to attack the pawn, but this is not available due to the knight. This square is not available due to this pawn. So the
What?
king is
Oh my
stopped on
God.
c7. We'll make some moves and show you guys. Let's say the king comes here, the pawn goes here, the king comes here, the pawn goes here. Now the king wants to come here, but it's not available. And I think we're going to see some handshakes here.
And he's shaking. He is nodding his head. He knows he's calculated the lines. This is winning.
And now he'll
A
have
very
to...
precise play.
He will have to hope his wife doesn't win on board 4, which is a bit of an awkward...
Handshakes. We've got results.
Oh.
Alexander Grischuk takes a big point for the Upgrad Mumba Masters.
Oh my God.
The
So let's
score
go.
is 4-3 now in the favor of Upgrad Mumba Masters.
Guys, let's go to the game between Harika.
Yes. On board 5. Harika versus Sara
Sara.
Kadem. And Harika is a clear piece up here. I think this
But
game...
she just made a massive mistake, it seems, and after a3, I think, needed to be played immediately. This is... Harika left herself with
Oh, she
only one
blundered
pawn
it
on the board.
Also.
And if that pawn gets exchanged, this is a draw. So I think she probably could have gotten herself a more comfortable conversion. This is still a very dramatic position.
Yeah, because White has only one pawn left on the board. If we can get the analysis board here. Yes, there's only one pawn left, and if black can push that pawn and exchange it, it's a theoretical draw because rook versus rook bishop is a draw.
Are we getting blitz? Yes or no?
Yes.
Samir?
Yes, I really hope that we get a blitz.
No,
Master Swidler?
I think we are.
Because you see already they are leading the match, and Harika most likely will convert this. So, and the TCK team is not winning on any board.
On any of the board. They don't have an advantage. They have a slight pull on the Lahano board, but it's not going to be enough is what it looks like. Harika, their complete focus. Can she get this very important win? She's super close to it.
It's very important that she wins, because in case this board ends in a draw and Lahano suddenly converts that position, then it's actually TCK who take it home.
Wow.
So,
and also let's point out, Samir, that for Sara, her dream is to get rid of the pawns on the board.
She played it. She played it.
She wants to exchange. You can't trade pawns here. That is a draw.
I think it's one move too late. I think she needed to do it on the previous move. She didn't play it here. She first played king f6, and now she played a3. And now white can play before, and if black attacks this rook from behind, the difference between with the previous position is we can play before b5 simply, and the bishop on a much better square is now supporting our final pawn very comfortably. So this looks winning for white once again.
Harika has done it, I think, for her team.
And Sara misses it by one move. She had a chance to actually force the trades of the pawn, but that was a big miss, and now Harika in driver's seat.
Right. So there we have a check to the king, and the king has to drop back now. Meanwhile, it seems like MVL is also winning his game against Levon Aronian on the icon board.
Guys, let's
Should
go.
we quickly have a look at
Let's go
it?
to the icon board, guys.
No,
this
it's
is
a
unbelievable.
draw. It's a draw right now. Sorry, my
Why would
mistake.
I do
No,
this
they
to
drew,
me?
they drew,
We
they
catch
drew.
the final moments
Okay.
as the match does finish. A draw on that board. A big hold by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. It looked like he was in a little bit of trouble, and Levon 1.5 out of 2 in this final.
But Levon, you know, he shook his head there. He was unhappy with his team situation. The score is now 5-2. And we also have one more result. Harika has won, it seems, on board number 5. Can we quickly have a look? If Harika has won, isn't the match over almost?
Yeah, we have only one
Sindarov
game
is
left.
also
No,
beating Jonas Bier once again. That game featured more twists and turnarounds than your average snake, but appears to be going in favor of the Upgrade Mumba Masters. TCK continuing to struggle on the Prodigy board, scoring 0 out of 2 today.
So Jonas Bier is also losing this, which means that the Upgrade Mumba Masters are going to make it a clean sweep here.
What a comeback this has been by them.
Guys, whoever's taking the white pieces is just winning.
Yes. Yes, and I think this is a script written by I don't know who. They want this tournament. Yeah, let's stay with 6. They want this tournament to go on and on, Tanya. I don't think it's
This
going to
is
end.
more unpredictable than a Christopher Nolan script. Let me tell you that. You just cannot count on anything. And there we've got the end game between these two players. Notice that deep pawn advancing down the board in enemy camp, and that bishop defending it. The black king cut off from all the action on the queen side. It's a matter of technique. Master Swidler, how easy of a conversion is this?
I think reasonably easy. The pawn on d7 is just too strong. And also, I think Sindarov at some point will just have an option of looking up, realizing that everything is very, very comfortable. And I think you win particularly easily when you know you don't have to for your team to win.
Look at that dugout of the Upgrade Mumba Masters. They were like, are we winning? Are we winning? Is it confirmed?
There we have
Look
it.
at that. Let's not celebrate too soon. We'll wait. I think they just want it to be 100% sure
The
because...
tension, Sagar, and even if you win, it's not over because you play the Blitz.
I know.
Blitz, can you tell us a little bit about the Blitz format?
The Blitz format is the same as what we have, but instead of 15 minutes plus 10-second increment which we have in Rapid, it will be 3 minutes plus 2-second increment.
Oof.
Even more stress.
Yes.
Oh my god.
And that means even more fun for all of us. Well, will he repeat in this position? Because we saw him go back and forth with the rook. He says no repetition. No. He's going for the king advance. The king will now march down the board, assist that pawn that has infiltrated enemy's camp. Simple idea. King d5, king c6, rook b5, rook b6.
Look at Harika. She's so tensed right now. She's like, don't show me the chessboard. I just want to hide my
MVL
face.
is having water, Vidit is having cashew nuts. Everyone's gearing up because they know they have something big coming up. There you see Sohail giving a high five, telling everyone all is well. Don't worry, no stress, no pressure.
Right.
How fitting is it that these two teams, the Triveni Continental Kings and the Upgrad Mumbai Masters, we've seen them have amazing team spirit and just the camaraderie. They are the ones who make it to the finals.
Absolutely, and I think it shows that team spirit is not just something intangible. I mean, it's very important. You need it if you want to win this tournament.
Yeah, and both the teams have displayed immense team spirit. Both these teams, they go to dinner together, breakfast together. They're always together, and I think that is the essence of any team sport, that you need to have a good camaraderie between your members.
Sir. And here we see 15 seconds. He has to make a move. He reaches out for the rook. Is he going to give a check? And
Yes,
he does it.
Board number 4 is done right now, and I think that one ended in a draw, which means that the match is effectively over.
Wow, it means even if Black by some miracle won this game, they only get one win. It will not be enough. We've got a tiebreaker in our hands. Blitz is coming up.
Guys, in this situation, shouldn't Jonas just resign the game and conserve his energy for the Blitz instead of playing and fighting on this board?
I think he doesn't know right now because the last board just ended. But yeah, you're right, Samay. Maybe knowing that what he's defending is not going to give anything for his team because they've already lost the match, he can resign.
Yeah, I mean, just save energy because you have a very stressful match coming up.
But there's also a psychological element, right? Like if you resign, then you're like you've given up. While if you can save this position, then in the next Blitz game, you will be like, oh, I have done it.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, I think you can make an argument from both sides. In his particular spot, I think just sitting there staring at a position which is as bad as this probably is not a favorable thing to do, but if you had slightly more drawing chances, of course, I think you should play on.
Right, right.
The suffering is not going to continue for too long. White goes in with the rook. You can't now stop the pawn from queening. He has to give up more material to do the
gives
same.
Up the knight.
And he's losing his knight there. But already the match is over. 9-3 is the score. Even if Black wins, it would be 9-7.
There we had GM Srinath, who's the coach.
What do you think they're discussing? A team strategy for the Blitz here.
Right, I think they are just... they have the black pieces in match 1, right? So they have to go and play. Maybe he's just discussing some openings. What should you play? Should you go all out? Should you take risks?
What a nice atmosphere. So much stress in this image. Look at this. So much stress. And here we have finally some stretching also now.
Javokir Sindarov is such a fighter, right? He scored 2 out of 2 for his team in this finals. Beautiful play.
Just amazing stuff on the Prodigy board.
I was reading somewhere that playing chess actually burns a lot of calories. Is it because of these dancing moves that Javokir is doing?
I think it's more out of stress, Samay. You are so tensed, and I think in a team tournament, you lose even more weight, I think.
Yeah, the one team that's very stressed right now is the Triveni Continental Kings because they now have to do it all over again, going into the best of 2 Blitz. Very often, this is the time that the teams are deciding what opening approach to do for the next game.
Yes.
Because in Blitz, if you can surprise your opponent early on, that's a big win.
True, and there's resignation. 12-3. What a dominating victory for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters.
Wow. And this is what everyone wanted. A Blitz tiebreak. 3+2. Sagar, I want another tiebreak in the Blitz as well. What happens if even the Blitz is tied?
Look, if one match is won by, let's say, Upgrad Mumbai Masters and won by Triveni Continental Kings, then there will be a...
boxing match.
No, there will be a box in which there are chits put in, and they will take the chit out, which means that one of the 6 players have to go in and play a sudden death match from each team.
And look at that, spectators there, also so excited about this end that we've had. We will be having Blitz, and it's anyone's championship now.
Right, this is going to be very exciting, and it's time for a break. And on the other side, we'll be in the studio to discuss what's going to happen next.
And we are back, guys. Wow, did you see what just happened here, Tanya? We had a tie break.
What
Whoa.
a match this was, James.
Whoa, that was crazy. Oh, my goodness. Upgrade Mumber Masters versus Triveni Continental Kings, guys. We got tie breaks. A Blitz tie break, Tanya. That was crazy.
It's hype time. What a match we saw. This entire league has been about comeback stories. The two teams making it from the bottom of the leaderboard. They're in the grand final.
Wow.
Then the Triveni Continental Kings win. Then the Upgrad Mumbai Masters wins. What is happening?
That is, I mean, look at the results on the screen here as you see. 3-12. That was a blowout round just coming from the first round where it was only a 1-point game. This one is devastating if I'm Triveni Continental Kings here. But I'm just going to reset, rewrap, and, of course, do my thing here and get ready for the Blitz. I got to get over that if I'm Triveni Continental Kings. If you see it, we got a draw at board 1 there. Yu Yangi and Alexander Grishik. Grishik with a big win there. 2 draws on Wei Yi's board and Humpy's board there. Then you had Harika. That was a back-and-forth game there. And then Sindarov winning 2-0 in the match today. Tanya, Blitz is coming up. Oh my goodness.
And that's a whole different animal. You got to suddenly switch from playing these rapid games into going into this faster format. Nerves, time scrambles, blunders, brilliancies. We're going to have all of it, James. It's going to be a big one.
Oh, I'm excited. Okay, at home, guys, we got Blitz coming up. Are you ready for the Blitz, right? What's the Blitz format looking like, Tanya?
It's again a best of 2 matches. So we're going to have 3 minutes for each side with a 2-second increment every time they make a move. They play best of 2. And there's a lot of fun that happens if that one ends in a tie as well.
Wow, what happens if that one ends in a tie? Tanya, enlighten us. What happens if that one's a tie?
That's the big dream. It goes down to the real wire. Then if that one ends in a tie, then we will have just one player who will be randomly picked out. One board will be randomly picked out. They'll be fighting against each other in Blitz. And it's winner takes all.
Oh, my goodness.
This is the most dramatic final we could have hoped for.
Of course, that's what y'all wanted at home. It's like scripted, right? Like, oh, it's the finals. And then they tie and somehow we go to Blitz. All scripted, right? Psych, it is not scripted at all. They're working. And, of course, it just happened like that. We got Blitz coming up, guys, so don't go anywhere. We're going to have some Blitz, and we'll be right back with the Blitz portion of the final.
longest 30 seconds. Hello, everyone. We are right now at the fans zone. So many people here, and it is truly exciting moment because the match is not over, and we are going to the Blitz portion. And here with me is the CEO and the owner of the Upbrand Mumba Masters. Hello, Sahir. Please tell us, what do you feel right now? You just came back after losing the first round.
Yeah, I think we've kind of made a habit of doing that this tournament. Just the team spirit, I think it echoes the sentiment of the entire team, fighting together till the very end. It's a great match. I think it's a match worthy of a grand finale, and both teams have been fighting brilliantly. Credit to Triveni, credit to us as well, and yeah, I think it's what the fans want. It is a proper fight for a final.
Right, we see the players are getting ready. They are so serious. Is that, just tell us what they feel right now. Are they very focused? Are they happy that they came back?
Yeah, I think, they're happy, but they know the job's not done. And I think that's the professionalism that we see with all the players, right? I think it's not over till the end. We saw that yesterday. We were sitting fifth going into that last day, and we finished in the top two. So I think that belief is there within the team. It has to be there. If you're playing professional sport, you've got to fight till the very end. So yeah, they're focused now. We let them be. We sit back and we let them do their thing. And, I think that's where we separate the management from the players and let the players do what they have to do.
Okay, thank you so much. Best of the luck. And you guys are going to see 2 more games right now in the Blitz portion.
Wow, Tanya. Hey, that's nice to see him, man. He's so, fly and just hype and being there and with his team ready to go. I mean, he's hype and pumped, and he believes in his team in the finals here and in this tiebreak, Tanya.
And that's exactly what you need from the captain and the manager. And he's been amazing. So Sohail's been amazing like that with the Upgrad Mumba Masters. We've seen this great team camaraderie, and now it needs to come out on the board. We can hear the big claps and the applause as the players are getting ready. James, the big moment, a blitz, anything can happen.
Yeah, anything can happen here. Anything can happen. What you think will happen at home, Chad? We're putting it to you. You're watching. What do you think is going to happen? Is it going to be another tiebreak? Do you have the Triveni Continental Kings? Do you have the Upgrad Mumba Masters? What's going to happen, right? Okay, we have these blitz going on, and it's going to happen like that. Tanya, what do you think is going to happen? What do you think is going to happen?
Wow, what do I think is going to happen is it's going to be an exciting chess. It's going to be an exciting match. And I think this will also end in a tie, and we will go down to the wire to the very end with one player fighting it out for the team.
Okay, that's a hot take there from Tanya, and a hot take from you too as well. We're going to go over to the commentary team with Cigar and Samay.
And there we have it. The players are on the board. Samay, 3
Sagar,
plus 2.
You can't be so slow. We are in Blitz. You have to talk fast.
Let's go. Let's go there. White for the Triveni Continental Kings. Black for the Upgrad Mumba Masters. Samay, which board do you think will strike for whom?
Whoever's having white keeps striking always. So I think it's going to be white who's going to win this.
So every board has one arbiter standing in front of it, Samay, which means that they will be writing down the moves to ensure that there is, nothing wrong that goes with the broadcast. Sometimes in Blitz, the pieces fall off and the arbiters are there to note everything.
But we have video for that, right?
Yes, but this is the rule in chess that when it's a high stakes match, you need an arbiter on the board. And there you have the first board. We begin with this. We have the Sicilian on the board. Let's bring the analysis board.
They are playing so fast, all from memory right now, because this is the opening, guys. I think we will see a bit of a pause right now.
Right, and Samay, it's the Sicilian Najdorf, which is MVL's favorite opening. He's played that.
Can you remove that mouse from the C7 square? Thank you.
He's got his bishop here and pawn up. So a nice position here. Out of the opening, both sides happy with it.
What do you think about F3? Is this not a weakening move?
It's a normal move. I think Levon Aronian is well prepared. He brings his bishops out. The knights are developed. Maybe he will castle short, or he'll bring his queen up and castle long.
I think he's going to castle long because he wants to make this position a very, very double-edged.
Right. And until now, Samay, all the teams with white pieces have won in the last 2 matches. Will that trend continue? It has to be seen.
I hope so, because if that trend continues, we'll have another tiebreak.
True. So we are sticking with this game for the time being until something absolutely crazy happens on any of the other boards.
If he decides to castle long, Sagar, can Black not start pushing B5?
Oh, he doesn't castle long.
And he prevents
That's
b5.
Exactly what you said. He stopped it, and now I guess he will castle short, because you don't want to castle long with your pawn on a4.
So much stress. You can see in the body language, both the players are very, very stressed. Maybe if we could have the heart rate monitor somehow.
Next time, in the second edition, for sure, that would be a great thing to add. Meanwhile, MVL already looking at the other games. Actually, in Blitz, Samay, you hardly have time, right? You have 3 minutes plus 2 seconds increment. Just play your game and hope that your teammates do well. That's what they need to do.
I think the person who's most stressed right now is the arbiter, who has to note down each and every move.
Yeah, I don't think they're noting the moves down, but they're observing it very closely, the entire thing.
Oh, bishop comes back because the queen... why did it come back?
Yeah, just bringing nice coordination amidst the pieces. All pieces nicely positioned. And for the time being, the position is around equal. And also in the match, we see that on couple of boards, the black side, that upgrade Mumba Masters are doing well. One of them is Harika, who's doing well on board number 5. Samay, Harika has been such a big asset for the upgrade Mumba Masters, and maybe she strikes again today.
Oh, can we please go to the last
6.
game?
Let's go quickly to the junior board.
Something insane has happened, guys. You will not believe it.
Yes, Jonas Beer has just sacrificed a piece, it seems. If we can just go to the Prodigy board.
Very exciting piece sacrifice there by Jonas Bulbier, trying to recover from the 2 losses in the Rapid. It's something that Sindarov clearly expected, and he believes he can defend here, but it looks very, very dangerous. You do have to play precisely from here for Jonas Bulbier, but it's about as promising as you can get this type of a sacrifice.
Right, and look at this, Samay. It's an eternal pin here. And the knight is also joining into the party.
And look at that bishop on b3 like a sniper.
Oh, what a piece. And the queen can come in.
Oh, man, this is going to be very, very dangerous to defend, man.
The only
Queen
thing
F3.
that is lacking in the white position here is the option of pushing f to f4, but I like this move very much. It also pins the knight on c6, so both of black's knights are pinned, and apparently it's a massive mistake, according to the engine. But I think it's played sort of in the correct spirit, and I find it hard to disagree with it.
Oh, but I love how Javokir Sindaro is playing this. He has brought his king into attacking this bishop.
What? That rarely happens. The king is attacking the bishop.
Well, his king is saying, I'll do the job if no one else can do it.
Is this the end game already? Why is the king so active?
Sometimes, Samay, you need to get things done on your own, you know. So the king has come up. And by the way, Jonas has played a very nice move, defending the bishop and saying, your king is weak.
Yeah.
In the meantime, Harika is just winning on board 5. A massive early evaluation in the match. Harika in a very, very dominant position. We don't need to switch. Let's just keep our viewers updated about the current state of the match.
So if Harika is winning and Jonas is better, maybe Yu Yangi for Triveni is also better. But Vidit is doing well. This is such a crazy match. Both sides actually doing really well in this match. And it can go either way.
Maybe we can have the bird's eye view and see everything at once. Because in Blitz, it's very difficult to follow each and every game.
Let's have a look. So board number 1 equal. Board number 2 slightly better for the Triveni Continental Kings. Board number 3 slightly better for the Upgrade Mumba Masters. Board number 4 better for the Upgrade Mumba Masters. Board number 5 winning for Upgrade Mumba Masters. Board number 6 better for Triveni Continental Kings. Right now, small edge to the Upgrade Mumba Masters. But it can go anyway.
It is Blitz, guys. Anything can happen. Literally, all the boards are playing under a minute right now. So much pressure, so much stress. You will see the bars go up and down. As you can see in the last board, guys.
Oh,
Black is suddenly doing better.
Yeah, suddenly, Black is better in many of the games.
Black is winning almost.
Black is winning. Can we quickly go to the 6th board between Jonas Pierre and Javokir Sindarov?
I think Javokir Sindarov has now a return sacrifice. I would have sacrificed a different piece on this square, but this also looks very, very strong. And Black will now be the side attacking. I think Bishop takes e4. It's the right idea, but I think the other piece was stronger. But with the white pawn structure being destroyed, the Black King will feel quite safe because the Black pieces will be able to get to its defense.
Wow, what a fight back by Javokir Sindarov. He's such a big fighter and he plays so well. Meanwhile, Vidit Gujarati is winning against Wei. Upgrad Mumbai Masters are just killing it.
Just killing it. Man, it's becoming very difficult to follow each and every game. Maybe let's stick with the bird's eye view and commentate on all the games together. What do you think?
Yeah, let's try it. I mean, we can do that. Oh, by the way, but this is winning. Board 5
Jonas
is
Bier, I think, just miscalculated the amount of pieces on the board and is now completely lost. Yes.
Oh, he's completely losing. That means that Javokir Sindarov will get the point here. And also, Samay Harika has got the point for her team, which means that right now, they are 4-0 up, but it will be 8-0.
Can we have the bird's eye view and see what's happening?
Yeah, let's have a bird's eye view. And let's quickly go to the game of, I don't know, Yu Yangi versus Grishuk on board number 2, because Yu Yangi might be the one who will score the point.
He's already completely winning. This game is also over, so we're barely keeping up with the events. Mumbai Masters has won on boards 5 of 6. We'll lose board 2. Levon Aronian is a bit better on board 1.
Maybe we go to board number 1.
I think so. Yeah, let's take a look at the icon board.
Let's go to the icon board. Yeah. And here it's a very tough matchup, and I guess it's a very important. Oh, look at Levon there. He makes his move so quickly. Takes.
Guys, with each move, the players get 2 seconds, but it takes at least 1 second to pick up the piece to hit the clock. So actually, they kind of get only 1.5 seconds.
Right. By the way, news coming in that Yu Yangi has won his game. So the score right now is 8-3 in the favor of Upgrad Mumbai Masters. Upgrad Mumbai Masters have won 2 games with black pieces. This is going in their favor. But let's see, what does Levon Aronian do? He is the big fighter. He's actually better, Samay. He's pawn up. And he might be the one who will score the point for his team.
And there, Vidit Gujarati is better for Upgrad Mumbai Masters, and so is Koneru Hampi.
So it might be a complete clean sweep by the Upgrad Mumbai Masters, and they'll do it with the black pieces, which is actually big news because white has been winning everywhere.
5 seconds now, 4.
Draw on board 4 in a game where I think both players were winning at some point, but is now.
Oh, there was
not a draw. Sorry, yeah.
Oh, they're playing. They're playing.
A repetition was not actually accepted by Katerina Lagno.
Meanwhile, Levon Aronian still doing really well. Fourth. What is the result on the 4th board?
But this match will be won by, I think, by Upgrad Mumbai Masters because Vidit is winning their 3rd game with the black pieces, and that is just enough. You cannot beat 3 victories with black, so. We can call the first Blitz match for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters.
Wow. In spite of Levon Aronian actually doing so well on board number 1, the Upgrad Mumbai Masters have struck gold on the remaining boards. In fact, board 1 and 2, both are going in Triveni Continental's favor. Look at Harika. She has won her game.
There we have Srinath helping them already for the next game, prepping them up. This is like, that F1 car when it stops at the pit stop and tires are quickly changed and everything. It's just like that.
Exactly. By the way, board number 3 has ended. Vidit Gujarati has won, which means the Upgrad Mumbai Masters have won this match. Even if Levon Aronian manages to win this, which looks unlikely now, or maybe, I don't know, maybe he wins this, but it won't be enough. The score would reach maximum 7 points for Triveni Continental Kings. What a dominating performance by the Upgrad Mumbai Masters there. Samay, boards 1 and 2 might go to Triveni Continental Kings, but board number 3 goes to... Oh, it's now a draw.
It's a draw, but how?
Because I think the pawn can be just taken, right, at some point.
But this
he did it. He took the pawn, and now
it doesn't matter, right? Even if it's a draw, the Upgrad Mumbai Masters have won the game.
Upgrad Mumbai Masters really striking on the junior board, Prodigy board. Javokir Sindarov has won 3 out of 3 today. What a guy!
These youngsters play a lot of short format games, so I'm sure that we're going to see a lot of fireworks on the bottom boards because I always see them playing these 10+0, 15+0 formats.
Right, and 10+0 and 15+0 seconds, what you are talking, not minutes.
Not minutes.
By the way, MVL just looked at the screen and confirmed that his team is winning.
Yeah, he is much more calm now because he knows he doesn't need to do anything spectacular here. It's just a draw.
Wow, Levon Aronian shaking his head there, and the game ends in a draw, which means Upgrad Mumbai Masters have taken this in a big way, Samay.
Oh my God, but we have one more match, Sagar, and I'm hoping that the Triveni Continental Kings win that one. And this is my prediction. I'm going to manifest it, you know.
Well, if they win it, then we will go into a sudden death where one gladiator from each team will come out and play there. It's time for a break, but on the other end, we will have the second Blitz match. The Upgrad Mumba Masters took the first match of the Blitz in their favor, and that's the results on the screen. 14-5 victory for them, with Vidit Gujarati striking, Harika striking, and Javokir Sindaro as well.
A blowout there by the Upgrad Mumbai Masters, but it was on board too that the Triveni Continental Kings managed to get that 1 point. And this time we have a new narrative. In the Rapid, it was the Mumbai Masters who had to make the comeback, and now the Triveni Continental Kings have to win on demand.
Yes, and also, Tanya, if you notice, the Upgrad Mumbai Masters won with the black pieces, which means that they will now have white and just need to hold this match.
It's not going to be easy, Sagar, for the Triveni Continental Kings. The task is cut up, and there we've got the icon of the Upgrad Mumbai Masters, Maxime Vacher-Lagrave, with the prodigy board, who's been a big hitter today. Sindarov getting in the points, Harika on the street. What do you think is going on in their mind right now?
Whenever I see Harika, I see a lot of stress and tension, and I think she's filled with nerves. But when she gets on the board, she just beats her opponent.
And that's classic Humpy. She always finds the time to compose herself, to get the tension under control. One of the calmest players in the chess world. And now we see them stepping out to the Gladiator Arena.
Right. Let's have a look at the rules so that you know what we are expecting here. In case the Triveni Continental Kings win this match, the score is not important. They just have to win it. Then we go into a sudden death where the teams draw the lots with board numbers and the players on that board come and play one game.
Sagar, can you imagine the pressure on that player? If it comes down to one player carrying the team, I cannot even imagine. I'm just glad we are commentating on that game and not inside the arena.
I agree. I agree.
Do you think people want their number to be pulled or not?
I think the Prodigy board generally wants to play. And by the way, the players entering the arena, the Triveni Continental Kings do look a little bit subdued. Don't you think, Tanya?
They have to, because they know they've lost a very critical first match, and now just to tie, they need to win. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is the first to take his place, and we see the young generation there inspired by the players. Maxime adjusting the pieces, handshakes, the icons are ready to go.
I know Levon really has to strike from the front if he wants his team to win. He has the black pieces. There we have Vedika with its sister clapping. She knows that they are very close to victory. And look at with it. Meditating there before the game.
Wow. And Sagar, you can feel the pressure. With it, they're taking some deep breaths to calm himself down. This is the moment of truth.
I agree. I agree. And Sara Kadem also taking her seat against Harika Dronawali. Harika has played beautifully in this match. And she would want to continue. There you have Yu Yangi, who won his game in the first Blitz match against Alexander Grishchuk. And we have the arbiters, all of them taking their boards, individual boards, to ensure that everything goes smoothly.
Yeah, it's all for fair play and to make sure that there's no havoc on the board, because when the time runs low, pieces start flying, everything can happen, and they need a check on every board. Levon Aronian there. Sagar, I can feel the tension. We're just a few meters away from the playing hall, but you can feel it here.
I know. And you know, Tanya, everyone wants the Triveni Continental Kings to do well and take it to the tie breaks. But will that happen?
I think that's every chess fan, their desire to see chess go down to the wire. And Levon there with a smile. It's time to go. Handshakes, the clocks are on. Just a 2-second increment for every move. That's a queen's pawn opening. Levon repeats the opening from before, captures that central pawn.
And this time, Maxime playing a little bit more conservatively. He brings his pawn up 1 square, not 2, and he's got his pawn back.
Got a pawn back, and Levon striking in the center. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave wants to put that bishop on the queen side, on the long diagonal, taking control of the center. And Levon wants to return the favor by doing the same.
Right. These bishops will scissor down the board. But for the time being, this is all theory. I think they both are well prepared.
They are well prepared. But Sagar, with such little turnaround, we are going to be out of familiar territory very soon. And I think it happens now as we see Maxime take his first think of the game.
Right. You only have 3 minutes per game. And every move that you make, you get 2 extra seconds. That's what's happening. Let's have a look very quickly on the 6th board. It's the bird's eye view to see what's happening.
And there we're going to do a quick overview and then jump straight back to the game. Sagar, what do you make top to bottom? What is happening in the openings?
Master Swidler wants us to go to board number 2. So let's go to Grishchuk versus Yu Yangi and quickly get his thoughts.
This is such a blast from the past, because there was a time definitely when Alexander Grishchuk thought whoever played the knight off against him was sort of already dead. He felt white was winning from move 6 in that opening, and I think he very much welcomes an opportunity to play it once again from the white side in a game where they need a draw here, basically, the Abrabuma Masters, but any win helps them a great deal, and he will be, I think, very happy on his old hunting ground.
Wow.
And this is also, I think, the sharpest position we have in the match, so this is why I thought we might switch to this board from the icon board.
Right. Well, right now we have the Sicilian here.
The Sicil for the kill, as they call it, Sagar. It's the most dynamic, aggressive opening, and Yu Yangi baring teeth by going for Sicil for the kill.
I agree, and Tanya, Yu Yangi is a brilliant blitz player. He already showed it in game number 1 by beating Alexander Grishchuk, and maybe he does it again. Triveni Continental Kings need to strike on at least 3 boards, right? If they want to win somewhere. I mean, they can also have lesser wins, but 3 wins would mean they won the match.
It doesn't matter how they do it, they just need to do it. On whatever board they win, they need to get the match points to take it down to the tiebreak. And look at that move by Yu Yangi. He is going on the king side, advancing down with that H-pawn. It's going to hit the knight, and he does it. This is hyper-aggressive chess.
Right, and the knight falls back. As of now, black is developing really well. The knights and pieces are well positioned, and maybe this H-pawn moves even further down.
Grishuk says no way. He stops that advance with his own pawn. He says you marched down way too long. And you know what Yu Yangi says? Fine, you stop me on one side. I'm going over to the other one.
And he's going on the other side as well. But Grishuk opens up the center. This is all about pawn play. But it's a mistake. It's a mistake. And maybe Yu Yangi gets an advantage there.
Look at him. He's playing on one side and then on the other side. The pawns marching down, hitting those knights, forcing white's pieces to retreat further back.
Absolutely. So great play here by Yu Yangi with the black pieces. And Tanya, I really would love to go to another game right now. The junior board, because Jawokir Sindaro, who has won 3 matches, board number 6, is now all set to win the 4th game as well. What a player he is for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters. He's clearly better.
And he's a beast in these time formats. I've seen him play rapid blitz chess online. He becomes fearless as the clock ticks low. And look at that, taking the advantage for the 3rd time in this match against Jonas Bear.
It's a huge blunder.
Trade, a big mistake because you give up a key piece. And that A-pawn, who's going to stop that A-pawn marching down the board?
Absolutely. And this means that Jawokir Sindaro is clearly in the driver's seat. He just has to push the pawn 2 steps. The bishop will be protecting it and it can almost queen.
It's just 3 steps away from achieving its big, big dream right now. Can Sindarov get the big point once again for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters?
I think, and Tanya, look at this dominating knight. It keeps on attacking this pawn. The queen can't move away. It is completely tied down.
But it's the Triveni Continental Kings who need to win this match to tie it, Sagar. Where are the big chances? If Upgrad Mumbai Masters is better on this board, where are the big hopes
I think
for the Kings?
Yu Yangi is doing it on board number 2. And also Katrina Lagno. We cannot discount her on board number 4. She's playing pretty well there.
You can't sleep on that board at all, but I think this is a good moment to go and stick to that board number 2 because that is the Triveni Continental Kings' big chance. Yu Yangi, can he take down Alexander Grishuk and bring in the points to force at least a good start on this board?
Exactly, 4 points at stake and Yu Yangi must deliver for his team. If he doesn't, then the Triveni Continental Kings are in big trouble. But look at Alexander Grishuk, he's just brought his queen near the king. He wants to go all out on the attack.
He wants to also pick up that H-pawn.
Yes.
That pawn that is hanging. And look at that. The players are blitzing out the moves on both sides of the board. Black now fighting on the queen side. White fighting on the king side.
Right, and the pawn has been taken. The rook has opened up, but there's no entry point. But he doubles up the rooks. Can Alexander Grishuk simply chop this pawn off? He does. He takes it.
He takes it. It's a free pawn on the board, but it puts the queen on the end. And look at that. Vedika, she's not even playing right now, but she is
shivering.
So tense. The pressure.
She's shivering.
Shivering and quivering there.
You can only imagine the pressure on the players right now. They are playing for the first prize of $500,000. That's a lot of money at stake.
There's big money and there's big pride on the line as well. Bragging rights of being the first champions of the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. That's what the players are fighting for. And look at that. Rooks being offered to trade. Alexander Grishuk tries to get the queen back into the play.
In the meantime, Wei Yi is suddenly more or less completely winning on board 3. Much needed good news for the Triveni Continental Kings.
So let's quickly turn to board number 3 because Vidit Gujarati is losing his way against Wei Yi.
And this is big trouble, but really good news for the Triveni Continental Kings. If they can win this board, that brings them 4 points. And look at the piece domination. All of Black's pieces have been thrown over to the White's camp.
Right. And if there's one thing I want to achieve in life, it's the calmness of Wei Yi. Look at him. He has to win on demand, and he's so relaxed.
And right now we can see Vidit. He's not feeling the calmness at all, under a lot of pressure. And that last move gives up material to free up some of the tension. That's how bad his position was.
Right.
He wanted to get rid of that bishop.
But now it's just a matter of technique. I think Wei Yi is going to convert this. He already is an exchange up and he will win this. So that means the Triveni Continental Kings dominating on board number 3, also dominating on board number 2, and there you have the CEO of the Upgrad Mumbai Masters shaking. Everyone's shaking, everyone's moving.
Sohail Chandok there, he is feeling the tension at this big moment. And look at the turnarounds that we're having. Sagar, pieces have been traded off, and now under 10 seconds for Vidit.
Yes, Vidit is in big trouble. He's not only low on time, but he's also losing on the board. And big news coming in, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is actually winning his game against Levon Aronian on board 1.
Oof.
That means the Upgrad Mumbai Masters are not giving up easily. You know, they are fighting tooth and nail.
No one's going to give up easy at this stage. They are going to go down fighting or go up fighting, because also Javokir Sindarov on that board, on that prodigy board, with big points coming in there for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters.
And Tanya, Katrina Lagno getting the work done for the Triveni Continental Kings on board 4.
And look at that, pieces toppling over. This is what happens in time pressure, and right now Yu Yangi has that extra exchange, picks up one more pawn. Is this completely busted for Vidit?
He's completely winning, and we already have couple of results on the... We have MVL winning, which gives 3 points to Mumbai Masters, but we have Yu Yangi winning, which gives 4 points to Triveni Continental Kings. So it's 4-3 right now, the score.
I think we're getting the shootout, because I think TCK already have the 3 black wins they require. They're winning on board 2, or perhaps that game has already finished. Wei Yi is winning against Vidit, and Katerina Lagno is completely winning against Hampi.
And also, Sindarov has already won his game against Pierre. So that means the score is 6-4 in the favor of Upgrad Mumbai Masters.
Unbelievable. It all comes down to this one. And Yu Yangi here has given back that extra material, but still has 2 extra pawns.
He should win this. If he wins this, I think Triveni Continental Kings are taking this one. Tanya, I think so, yes.
If they win it. Sagar, that's a big if. He needs to convert this match.
But look at this. Right now, Katrina Lagno winning, Wei Yi winning. So that means that if both of them win, they will have 3 wins. And they would do it.
This is such a big moment right here, and Vidit hesitating, playing on seconds. Levon there walking out. Can his team strike back? But it's all about the team event right now. And handshakes.
What happened?
This game is over, and Yu Yangi has won this game.
Yeah, Yu Yangi has won. Also, Wei Yi has won
his game against Vidit Gujarati. We have one more game remaining. Let's quickly switch over to board number 5. Harika against Sara Khadim, and this is going to end in a draw, and it ends in a draw at this instant. Handshakes. Sagar, this means?
That means Triveni Continental Kings have won.
They strike back?
Yes, because Katrina Lagno won, Wei Yi won, and Yu Yangi won. They have 3 wins, and we go into another. What a comeback by Triveni Continental Kings.
Best tournament I have ever followed. I'm telling you guys, I was sitting there next to you, not saying a word, but I'm getting goosebumps right now, guys. This is all happening at the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. Let us know your thoughts by tweeting using hashtag Global Chess League.
What a moment this is, and you guys don't want to go anywhere as this match has gone down to the wire, and we'll be back with the decider on the other side of this break.
It's time for sudden death at the Global Chess League, and we are witnessing the scenes from the playing arena. Tanya, we have the playing cards in the hands of Bharat Singh Chauhan there from FIDE.
Unbelievable. Call it the sudden death, call it the death match, call it the ultimate game, call it what you want, but this is what the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League has come to. It has indeed gone down to the wire. One board will be picked up to fight for the team. And we've seen the cards in Bharat Singh Chauhan's hand. Sagar, they're going to pick up a number from ace to 6.
Right.
And that board goes on to fight for the championship.
So let's imagine if they pick up the number 3, then it means Wei and Vidit Gujarati come and play. If they pick up the card number 6, it's then the prodigy board between Jonas Pierre and Jawakhir Sindarov.
Wow, and with Sindarov winning his matches against Jonas, I think
all four he
matches,
won.
I think that's a board that the Upcard Mumbai Masters are hoping that the card number 6 is pulled out. What do you think for the Triveni Continental Kings? What card do they want?
I think they want number 3. Wei is their guy. Also, Yu Yangi. Board number 2 or 3 would mean that Triveni Continental Kings are in driver's seat then. If it is board number 1, I would say it's a very equal match.
Unbelievable. And there we see Grandmaster Srinath, Grandmaster Lokwan Valley. They are going over the rules, over the format. Sagar, this is such a big moment, and with the trophy in sight, just adding to the drama.
Right. Let's remind the viewers that the first place team wins $500,000 US. The second, oh, look at Lokwan Willi. He wants to take it without the game.
He wants it all. He wants it all. But there is some chess left to be played, Luke. You can't get it just yet.
Right. And Tanya, even if the team loses this match, they will get $250,000 US. That's quite a lot of money, but no bragging rights.
No bragging rights. Then you're not the champion. And right now it's all about the championship. It is about winning the first ever Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, etching your name in the history books. And we are about to find out which board goes on to fight. It is board number 5. The women board.
Harika takes on Sara Khadem, and actually great news for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters because they have dominated on this board.
Wow, we will see Harika take on Sara Khadem, and we see celebration.
Look at Prag. Prag has joined the team of Upgrad Mumbai Masters Award.
From the SG Alpine Warriors. He is in the Upgrad Mumbai Masters camp right now. And this means we'll have just one game. Sagar, one Blitz game.
But Tanya, if it ends in a draw, we will do this process all over again. Look at Sara Khadem there. She has a smile on her face. And look at Levon. He's like, you can do it.
You got this.
Sara.
This is your moment, Sara. This is when you shine. This is your moment. Levon there encouraging the team player.
What a guy he is, right?
Oh my God.
He, instead of giving pressure to the players, he's just making it feel so light there. And Sara had such a wonderful smile on her face before going for such a crucial game.
It all comes down to this one board, one Blitz match that will decide the fate of these two teams. And we will have the teams walking out soon. Harika there looking a bit more tense than Sara. She knows the pressure is on her. It all comes down to this. Once again, let's remind everyone, if the game ends in a draw, we will have another drawing of a new board.
Yes.
And 2 players will walk in to fight for the championship.
You know, looking at Harika reminds me of that school topper who's always tensed before the exams, but generally tops the exams once it's done, you know. So but look at the focus. She is tremendously focused there, and she knows.
I'll tell you, I know Harika really well, Sagar.
Yeah,
I'll tell you what's
she
going
has-
on in her mind. What's going on in her mind are the opening moves. She's already thinking about the chess. She's thinking about what she knows about Sara. What are her strengths? What are her weaknesses? Where will she strike?
Right. And by the way, Tanya, it must be mentioned that Sara will have the white pieces in this game. And by the way, this is the trophy they are fighting for. It's a very beautifully crafted trophy, a very modern feel to it.
It's a very cool trophy, and it's so motivating for the players to have it in sight. They know that this is the big dream to hold out and to hold it for their team. And we will have the players come in, play 1 game of Blitz. If it's decided, the winner takes it all.
Right. And it is a little bit, you know, I wouldn't say ironic, but you're playing this team tournament, but finally it's going to be decided by 2 individuals. You know, there's no team thing right now.
The individuals play the game, but they play it for the team, for
Yes.
the entire team. And these are the last final moments of what could be the final game of the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. Sagar, is this pull-out of board number 5? We see the 2 players
Yes.
walking out next to each
this
other.
is too much stress, Tanya. I mean, this is too much on 2 players. But look at them.
Oh my goodness.
They're so confident. And I feel...
And the team behind them.
Yes.
You know, the players are marching forward, but they've got their pack of cheerleaders there right behind.
Absolutely. And you were asking, whom does this pairing favor? I would say definitely the Upgrad Mumbai Masters have a small sort of advantage here, because Harika has had a very good score against Sara Khadem.
And this is the players walking in, and Sagar, for the first time, they will play in an empty hall. None of the chairs, none of the tables around them will be taken by the other players. It is just all eyes on Dronawali Harika and Sara Khadem, the board number 5 for Triveni Continental Kings and the Upgrad Mumbai Masters, adjusting their pieces seconds before liftoff.
Absolutely, and we could see the Upgrad Mumbai Masters team in the dugout. I don't know. By the way, look at the fans there with the flags of Triveni Continental King there. So, support for both sides. And I think the game is about to begin. Harika has the black pieces, Sara has white. Whoever wins takes the championship. If it's a draw, we go into another sudden death.
And we see as a rating favorite Harika Dronawali with 2.450 and Sara Khadem at 2.385, a slight rating favorite there for Harika.
You know, Tanya, numbers won't matter that much right now, but you are right that Harika is definitely the slight favorite here. But what's your gut instinct saying?
You're absolutely right. Numbers, throw them out of the window, because this is Blitz. On paper, who's a favorite? It doesn't matter. It comes down to the form that these 2 players show on this very game. Sara starts with the white pieces, and that perhaps makes her feel better about her chances.
For sure, for sure. And it's 3 minutes plus 2 seconds increment. So there's enough time for them to go through it. And, well, why are they not starting the games?
Building the tension, building the hype here. This is the moment that we've been waiting for. Sara Khadem, will she start with the queen pawn opening? Will she start with the king's pawn opening? Alexander Grishchuk there. He can feel the tension even though he's not the one playing.
Yeah.
This is a big moment for them.
You know, when you are in the team, you have had time together, you've spent so much together, you've shared emotions, and right now the entire team is feeling it. But I can't see the Triveni Continental Kings inside the playing hall, Tanya. I think they have decided to stay in the dugout. Oh no, they are here!
As
they are
on
here.
cue. They said, Sagar, what are you talking about? Our player is in the arena. We are going to be right there where she is, supporting her with all the
They're
smiles.
not even sitting.
Lev there, just so encouraging for his teammate. And now we see both the teams at the same place. And Sara there with a big smile on the face. This is heartwarming to watch just seconds before the start.
Absolutely. Sara smiling there. Harika, I think she's simply zoned out from the world. She's like, this is my game. I'm going to focus on the 64 squares. I have no other thoughts running in my head.
whoever wins this Sagar, they are the heroes. They are the ones who brought it home for the team. This is truly the moment that the teams have been waiting for. And as we wait, as the seconds tick away before the start, there we see the Upgrad Mumbai Masters.
With it
the players holding on to each other.
There we go.
Handshakes.
There we go. The match has begun. Pawn up to e4 and Harika goes.
It's the queen's pawn opening, and we've got a fianchetto set up, and Harika not committing in the center with her own pawn moves. Continues to develop her pieces right now. And finally, the pawn strikes in the center.
Yes, we are trying to get the board here. Let's have the full screen for the time being till we fix this board.
And there we've got the board, Sagar,
Yes.
and Sara is jumping in with the knight. She's the first one to get the knight in. Harika doesn't stop, doesn't blink an eye, continues to develop the bishop onto an active spot.
Yes, and there we have it. I think this is a great opening played by Sara Kadem because in a way, it's a slightly risk-free opening that she's chosen with the symmetrical structure.
Absolutely, and for Harika, she can challenge that knight in the center by developing her own knight onto that c6 square. But first she jumps in. This is aggressive chess by both players. Look at that knight face-off in the center of the board.
Absolutely. The knights are beautifully positioned there in the center. And who takes who? Let's quick. Yeah, I think the knight can take. It takes the knight. Bishop can take the knight now.
This is a decision, and Harika needs to pause to decide. Both have its own trumps. If you take with the pawn, you open up the D line and you can start targeting White's central pawn. If you take with the bishop, you do challenge White's bishop. She decides to take a committal decision, doubling up her pawns, but it's all for activity.
That's the same line they played in the first Blitz game today, which Harika won very convincingly. But clearly, Triveni have given some pointers to Sara here, and she's playing a much better version of the same position.
Right. But now, Tanya, if Harika gets her knight out, she has equalized out of the opening. And remember, a draw is not bad news for any of the teams.
They just go again.
Yes.
They just start over, pick another board, and go at it again. You can't take too much risk. You have to really evaluate, because if the risk backfires, it's not just you who loses. The entire team falls apart. And there we've got the knight coming in. Very important point there made by Master Swidler, that this is the position they had earlier. And Sagar, maybe, just maybe, Sara has prepared before coming into this Blitz game.
And Tanya, what do you think? I have a feeling that this game's going to end in a draw. If this game ends in a draw, we will have another draw of lots. This tournament doesn't end.
I'm up for 6 drawing of lots, if that's what it takes to decide a champion. And here's a moment. Do you capture that central pawn, giving up that side pawn? And she does it. And Sara does also pick up that side pawn on the queen side. The queen there is a little vulnerable. Black's rook can slide one step, start attacking, picking up the pawn on the second rank.
But then, Tanya, you also lose this pawn. And also, this pawn is slightly weak. So I think pawns will get traded in a big way. And then we will see shake of hands. Draw is very likely.
And Harika, they're reaching out for the rook, and did you see with it?
Yeah.
He was the one meditating right now with his eyes closed. He's saying, oh my God, just one more win. Give it to us.
You know, Tanya, right now the players are hoping that their teammate wins. But within a few seconds, they might start thinking, what if our chit comes out next? You know, that's another stress they have to worry about.
Oof, and there we see the line that we were talking about. The pawns on the queen side slowly disappearing. Harika's rook has jumped on the second rank, but White still has a passer on the queen side. That A-pawn can start marching down the board, but Sagar, you predicted the future here. Pieces are coming off the board. Pawns are coming off the board.
Oh, by the way, Harika's last move, bringing the queen, has dropped the pawn, and the bishop is also attacked.
Well, she can fall back with that bishop or hit the queen. You know, offense is the best way to defend. You hit the queen, and then you are the one picking up White's pawns.
Right.
Absolutely, Sagar. She comes back.
Oh, this is
can
ending in a draw.
This can end any moment. The team's looking there, waiting, and wow, look at that. The Triveni Continental Kings. What just happened? Yu Yangi can't believe it.
But I think this will end in a draw, or Harika might win a pawn because the bishop is attacked, and also the pawn is attacked, which means that she may get an extra pawn. It will be 4 versus 3.
Very possible, because Black can indeed go on to pick up that central pawn. And she's reaching out for it.
She's
about to do it.
She wants to take it. And then, Tanya, it will be still a drawn position. But they will keep on grinding. I think Harika has something to play for now.
Wow, more trades putting pressure on that East central pawn, but the advantage is moving towards Harika. It is an extra pawn, and there are still pieces on the board.
But Tanya, the main problem is that all the pawns are on one side of the board, which means that the drawing tendency is very high.
But Sara will have to fight for it.
Yeah.
Harika will not let this go easy.
We all know Harika. She's not going to accept a draw for another 50 moves. Now she'll keep on playing.
500 if that's what it takes, Sagar. This one, Sara will have to play till only kings are on the board.
Oh, by the way, the bishop is attacked here and Harika has attacked Sara's bishop. So, do you take it? Do you not take it? That's a question. She takes it.
She takes it. You take my bishop. I take your bishop is what the players are saying. And now creating a square for the king, a safe square for the king, and the white pawn can advance further, dislodging black's bishop to create pressure on that e4 pawn. What Sara wants to do is liquidate as many pawns off the board.
I like this move by Sara because she makes a space for her king to come up, and this pawn is also weak. I think Tanya, we can safely call that this game should end in a draw, no?
Safely?
I think so.
I'm not sure of the word safely here, but it is a very likely result. But Sara right now is the one on the defense. She's the one who needs to hold this. She's got about a minute on the clock, and that's an advantage, the 30-second advantage on the clock.
Oh, by the way, Harika has connected her pawns here in the center. Look at the tension there on the faces of both the sides.
And with it still holding on to his teammate, Sindarov, don't go anywhere. I will fall otherwise. And look at that. Sara, meanwhile, trying to liquidate the position. It hasn't happened. As long as those two central pawns are alive, it's game on.
Right. And she brings her rook on the 7th rank, cutting the king off. Black king now cannot come ahead. I think, Tanya, she might also push her pawn one step forward. No, she pushes the other pawn.
Are you feeling as safe about your prediction, Sagar?
Not sure now. I'm a little worried because Sara is not sort of forcing the play. She's going on, and the more the game goes...
And look at that. Now the pawns are advancing further down. You can't move the king up. You can't disconnect.
Your bishop is hanging.
Your bishop hangs. You can't disconnect the king with the rook, with the bishop. The only thing is if the king goes back, black still can't advance the pawn. Notice the pin on the 7th rank. The white bishop will jump in, pinning and repinning black's bishop.
Right. And by the way, the rook actually defends the pawn now. And it defends the pawn. Harika still has an extra pawn. And things are under control for her. The king comes up. But now the advantage is growing. Let's have our analysis board.
Let's have the board if we can to take a look at these final moments of this big blitz. And look at that, Harika under 10 seconds. Sara under 20 seconds. Only a 2-second increment.
Right. The king comes up, and now Harika just moves all the pieces on the side. I think
8. She makes a move with just 8 seconds on the clock, comes up with the king. There is activity. There's a mate in one threat, and if the rook slides up, this is game over.
This checkmate. Oh, she takes here, and now she'll take this.
And black picks up a pawn, and now it's equal material.
But could you not just take that bishop?
The rook would take the bishop, and the game ends in a draw.
Draw.
We have a draw.
Draw. Are we... What happened? Okay, we are going to have another sudden death. It's not so sudden anymore.
Oh my goodness, what a day of chess this has been. And Harika there with her teammates analyzing, but now it's time already to get ready for the next fight.
Now everyone's tensed. Whose number's coming next? Although Sara gives high fives, they are happy because, you know, this was clearly a slightly favorable pairing for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters there. And a draw is a good result. But now, Tanya, when the new drawing of lots will be done, number 5 will be removed. So they cannot play again.
Yes, and the one board that I think the Triveni Continental Kings want to avoid is number 6. They have lost every match on that board. And there, Mr. Bharat Singh Chauhan showing the remaining 5 boards. Number 5 is out of those cards.
Yes.
If it's number 6, that's a huge advantage for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters. Shuffling going down there. Sagar, My heart is beating super fast right now.
I've never seen playing cards inside a tournament venue of chess.
And
but it's...
we have a reveal. It's number 2.
Oh, good news for Triveni Continental Kings. Yu Yangi versus Alexander Grishchuk.
And for the whole tournament, Devan Orion was telling us that in their evening sessions, Yu Yangi was beating him in Blitz.
Oh, yes.
Oh, but now Alexander Grishchuk is 3-time World Blitz champion. So you can never underestimate him.
It's a close fight, a tough match. There is no favorite in this one. It could be anyone's game. 2 times World Blitz champion Alexander Grishchuk taking on Yu Yangi, who has been on fire and on form for the Triveni Continental Kings. Yu Yangi now starts with the black pieces.
And Tanya, here everything happened so quickly, like the drawing of lots and the players coming in. There was no time for the teammates to sort of give a high five or wish them. They just came in.
There's no stopping. There's no stopping. And there we see Sarah. She's done her job for her team. Yeah. She was the one who wasn't the big favorite in that match. She held her own, and that ended in a draw. This is round 2 of the sudden death.
Right. This gives me a feeling of penalty shootouts. Like every player has to come out and they have to score. If they don't, their team loses. It's like the final shot of penalty shootout.
Absolutely, Sagar. That is exactly what this feels like. And if you miss, you're out.
Yeah.
It is. And in this one, the one big difference is if you miss, there's no coming back.
Exactly.
That is match over, tournament over. And look at that.
Oh.
Harika, she's finished her game, but she's still feeling the tension for her team.
Absolutely. And Harika and Sara actually made hardly any errors, which was a very high quality game that they played. Commendable under so much stress.
And such little time on the clock with just 3 minutes and a 2-second increment. A very high accuracy there by both players. And this is the moment that Alexander Grishchuk is thinking about his opening approach.
Expressions, man, what intensity, Tanya. This is amazing.
The pressure on these players.
What would Katrina Lagno right now be doing?
Who is she rooting for right now?
Alexander's playing her husband and her team there. By the way, where is she? She's on the right. She's on the right there, yes.
She's sitting next to Lev.
I think she's very stressed out.
Yeah, this is just not a pleasant situation because, you're supporting your husband, but you're also supporting your team. What do you want right now? But right now, Sagar, I think it is about the team. For the Triveni Continental Kings, for both these teams, it's been such a journey to make it to this point.
I agree, and it all boils down to the last 10 minutes here that we'll see the Blitz. Look at Yu Yangi. Ooh, he has played many tie breaks. I remember in Qatar Masters, he faced Magnus Carlsen in a Blitz tie break. So, he's been there. He has taken a lot of stress before as well.
Both these players have been in this situation at the highest stage, and it all gets decided in just a few minutes.
Wow. Oh, man, look at Harika. I think she can't see it. The main thing is she will sit like this for the next 10 minutes. She won't see the game.
Sarah there as well, just trying to smile, laughing there, but definitely for the teams, they feel it for the players. They know it all comes down to this. Sagar, so much tension. Both players trying to keep that off the face. They can't think about it. They have to play the game, focus on it, and not let the pressure get to them.
Absolutely. And I love the shots that are being shown here.
The emotion.
Such close up. Yes. Oh, and look at Vedika there and Vidit. There we go.
It is Cecil for the kill again. Is it going to be a night off? Are we going to see Black employ the most aggressive opening in chess? And he does it.
Oh, he plays the Sicilian Najdorf there. And we'll get the analysis board very quickly on our screen right now. Let's zoom in to the video till we get the analysis board.
And a very interesting move there. We see the players are going full aggressive on the king side. Alexander Grishchuk marching up the board. Meanwhile, Yu Yangi trying to keep the defense with his own pawn slightly moving forward, making sure there's no advance on the king side.
Right, and now we have the analysis board. Let's have it on the screen. Tanya, look at how Alexander Grishchuk has pushed 3 of his pawns in front of the board. Is this looking dangerous for Black?
It's definitely looking dangerous for both sides because it's also ambitious play that can backfire. I'm expecting the kings to go opposite side castling.
You mean white, black king will go here, white king will go here.
Yes, and first we see, wow, Yu Yangi making a committal move
but
there.
Isn't this a pawn you can take and chop it off with your bishop?
That's a big moment, and he does it.
And he does it.
He picks up the extra pawn, and black goes for safety of the king side. The compensation is that now the white king is stuck in the center.
Oh, you can't castle anymore because the queen is looking here.
What an idea. And you never want to go king side castle because you've overexpanded on the king side.
What a brilliant idea by Yu Yangi. Maybe objectively not the best, but in this blitz game, a brilliant decision.
Absolutely, because it's all about getting your opponent to think, getting them in unfamiliar territory. And look at what he's done.
Oh,
he's moved the bishop,
it.
blocked that file, so that the king can eventually move to safety.
Right. This is a very smart decision by Alexander Grishchuk. He has an extra pawn. If he can maintain it, that would be a big advantage in the endgame.
He's not letting him do that. He's not letting Alexander Grishchuk get the king to safety. Bishop hanging, loose pieces drop off. You've got to move that bishop.
Yes, Alexander, don't miss that bishop there. Don't castle. Of course, he's not going to miss it. But still, look at Humpy, Nemo, Vedika. Everyone's praying. Someone's praying. Someone's looking. Everyone has their own way of dealing with stress.
What a position this is. What a stressful moment this is. And Grishchuk, he slows down, and look at Lev. He can feel it too. This is a big moment. Black has sacrificed a pawn for initiative, for compensation. He falls back with the bishop. How does Yu Yangi continue to make sure that the white king doesn't get to safety?
Just attack it again. You know, keep on attacking it either with the rook or with the queen. Tanya, this is a double attack. And maybe, Tanya, I want to make a very bold prediction right now.
It's on the board, Sagar.
It's on the board. He does it. And my bold prediction is we are going to see a decisive game this time.
You think it gets decided
yes.
here?
This is the one. Last 5 minutes of the Global Chess League, according to me. What do you think?
This could very well be it. I mean, the position that we have on the board, it's truly looking absolute chaos here. Black hitting that bishop, black hitting that pawn. Is white going to go into hyper offense by advancing his own central pawn?
But then, Tanya, you lose your bishop.
You lose your bishop, you pick up the knight, and you get your king to safety. It's all about king safety in this game.
But then this bishop becomes very powerful on the long diagonal. I think Yu Yangi has played brilliantly until now and is slightly better here. Alexander Grishchuk is under big pressure. Look at the time on the clock. He has 1 minute 11 seconds. Yu Yangi has 2 minutes 24 seconds.
Oh, wow, that's an over a minute deficit, and he picks up the knight. He does get the king to safety, but he's got that extra pawn. Black can pick up that b2, the queen side pawn that's hanging.
But Tanya, then the knight jumps into the center. I feel this would be a very powerful knight. But then, could you just pick up the rook? Oh, there can be a lot of tactics here. What is Yu Yangi going to do?
Tactics everywhere, and he makes a decision. He picks up the knight. He's trying to simplify the position. And look at white's pawn structure. Look at black's pawn structure. If anyone's better, it is Yu Yangi. White's king is in the open. Alexander Grishchuk has to be on the defense here.
But Tanya, he's given up a pawn, and he's saying, I'll bring my rook over, then bring my queen and attack your king.
And then black will be forced to step up with the pawn to try and block that battery on the king side that you're pointing out. That's the big defensive resource.
Right. And now this last move by Alexander Grishchuk has made Yu Yangi stop a bit. He chops off the pawn, and now from being a pawn down, he's a pawn up. He's a pawn up, and you can see the bar. It's slightly in black's favor. Triveni Continental Kings are having an advantage right now.
They're in the driver's seat. He gives a check, making sure white's queen doesn't line up with the bishop, setting up a battery. Black has a very healthy pawn in the position.
But Tanya, he's exchanged queens, and Alexander Grishchuk is saying the endgame I can still hold. What do you think? Will he be able to hold it?
If there's anyone, it's him who can do it, but this is going to be a tough task. This is a game for 2 results now. Yu Yangi either wins or it ends in a draw.
And if it ends in a draw, guys, get ready for the 3rd sudden death. Well, let's see if that's going to happen. Right now, I would say, Tanya, 50% chances of draw, 50% chances of Yu Yangi winning it. Grishchuk has absolutely no chances here.
I would agree with that. You're down a pawn, and look at that. Yu Yangi controls the long diagonal. The tension on the upguard. Mumba Masters with it, and Vedika there shaking. And we see Grishchuk advancing with the king side pawn. Black taking control of the open lines on the board.
I like how Yu Yangi is doing it.
Amazingly placed at the long diagonal.
Perfectly placed bishop for black here. But you know what Grishchuk's doing? He's exchanging pieces. And I don't know if it favors him or not.
Well, if it goes into a pure king pawn ending, black is winning. If you have an extra pawn and it's only kings remaining, you are hands down winning in 99% cases.
Right. And so exchanging pieces is not a very smart idea, but, well, Grishuk is doing it carefully. He has a rook and a bishop on the board.
And I think, Sagar, you've hit the nail on the head. Grishuk wants to keep a pair of rooks alive here. That is where his best chances to hold the game is.
I love this pawn. One pawn is actually stopping two of black's pawns. So Grishuk fighting back here. Not so sure. He needs to exchange more pawns somehow.
You don't want to exchange the pieces. You want to trade off the pawns. Liquidate all the pawns if you can. But Yu Yangi will not allow that. Right now, the last move made, defending that pawn, freeing up the rook that you have with the black pieces to come into the play. He gives a check. Now we can expect the rook to come down the board.
Yes, and all the practice that Triveni Continental Kings have done for playing Blitz and Bullet is coming to good use. No, G5 played. Alexander Grishuk is back in the game.
He's back in the game, but that's a trade. That's another pawn, and now he attacks. He says there's no way for you to defend this pawn. The more pawns that go off the board, the easier it gets for white to hold.
Yes, and what? The bishop came in and now defended the pawn. So actually now Alexander is 2 pawns down.
That's 2 extra pawns. He's going to give a check, drive the black king away. First he starts with the bishop move, attacking that extra pawn.
He wants to take this. He wants to take this. And Tanya, in rook endgames, one extra pawn is not enough to win often.
It's not, and you have to be careful as black. You could not have given that pin on the 5th rank. That would have been a big blunder. He falls back with the king, and white now getting that activity. He don't pick up that pawn. There's a check, winning the bishop.
Tanya, that was a quick spot. The rook swoops in, gives a check, and takes this.
Ooh, and look at that. The pieces are toppling over.
Oh, he can't take it still.
Don't take it.
Because if he takes it, check is coming in. Oh, and what does Alexander do? He goes up. Smart move. Now he can take the pawn.
And it's an inaccuracy because black marches down. Your rook is overloaded. Could not have picked up the pawn. The
But now
bishop
he
was
can.
hanging.
Now he can.
Now he can, and the pawn can't go up because then you will pick that up, and that's what happens. It's a rook pawn ending.
Tanya, we are going into a draw. My prediction is
sorry. It's
going to be wrong. We are going to see a third shootout, I
but
guess.
it's not over, Sagar. Alexander Grishuk has got 6 seconds on the clock.
I know. But he is holding this well. Again, Yu Yangi is pushing here, and he has chances to win.
If anyone can, it's him, and we see more pawns being traded. Ooh. And now black has 2 passers, one on the king side, one on the queen side.
And now a check coming in. I think Alexander wants to put his rook behind the pawn, which is very smart decision by him. Yu Yangi has, what, 36 seconds? He has a lot of time.
He gives a check. He marches up the board. No checks now. And white going up. This is anyone's game. But it just looks like it's going to be a tough one. Alexander Grishuk, 6 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, he made his move. And now can black take the pawn? But the rook will then go back and attack both the pawns.
That's the problem. The rook comes onto the 5th rank, pushes both. And that's why he saves that pawn. Goes up with the king. Protects the other pawn as well.
Gives a check.
Yu Yangi playing for the win. He's playing for the win here.
He's playing for the win, and he's actually winning this.
Can he do it? Triveni Continental Kings seconds away if Yu Yangi converts this endgame.
Very tense here, but rook endgames are so tricky. Now Yu Yangi has 20 seconds. Grishuk has 6 seconds. Extra pawn he pushes. He gives a check.
The king can get connected to the queen side, but he goes to the other side. He goes to the queen side. I was expecting him to come towards the king side. Yeah. Alexander Grishuk there makes a move with just 5 seconds now on the clock.
Are they repeating? No, Alexander is going for his own pawn.
And he comes back.
Comes back. The pawn is hanging. Is Yu Yangi going to be able to convert this? Look at his time.
Oh, he's repeating. Is he repeating? He's got 3 seconds. 7 seconds on the clock.
Check there. And I think they've repeated twice. Yu Yangi bangs the table. He's like, I can't find
and
a way.
And that's a repetition. He claims.
And they agree to a draw.
It ends in a draw. And we are going to have another game for the championship. Alexander Grishuk there shaking his head. What a hold by him.
He has dodged a bullet there for the team. And look at Vedika. She's saying to Vidit, maybe you are next, my bro. No. Man, Alexander Grishuk was lost at some point, Tanya. He held his nerve there. And he's managed to hold it for his team. Everyone's stunned right now. They don't know how many sudden deaths they have to play.
I think Katrina Lano is happy with this result to some extent. You know, for her husband held the draw. The team still goes on. And now once again, we see the captains are ready to pull aboard Sagar for the Triveni Continental Kings. They are really hoping
Four
that...
cards left.
4 cards left, and we see that. They're showing us it's board number 3, board number 4, the first board, and the board number 6.
Right. I think, Tanya, we'll need an icon board to decide this match. You know, we need MVL versus Aronian. What do you say?
We might have all 6 players play out Blitz. This is a team championship. Even when it comes down to this, everyone has to make that effort. What a final this has been. An absolute dream final. It is board number 4 that goes on.
That means Humpy versus Katrina Lagno.
Wow, and that's going to be a big
Alexander Grishchuk has to decide whom to support.
And there we've got Katrina Lagno. It was her husband in that last round for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters fighting, and now it's Lagno for the Triveni Continental Kings.
I would say, Tanya, small edge for the Triveni Continental Kings because Lagno has the white pieces and she had a good score against Humpy in this match.
Oof, the pressure is on, but the one player I know who is the coolest in these high-pressure situations, Sagar, she is such a rock. She is solid. You can rely on her. The pressure doesn't get to her, and she is calm as a cucumber right now.
I know, Tanya, if we sort of rewind the clocks back to 2020 Online Olympiad, she actually won the game against Poland to give India the gold medal.
And that was a big moment, and it had come down to her board in a very similar situation. And this time, it's Humpy fighting for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters, taking on Katrina Lagno. This is the 3rd game that we've got on in the sudden death.
Okay, I need some water. Guys, this is getting really nasty here.
Not just you, Sindarov as well. This is longer than they expected, and it might even go on for more. And there we see Levon with a smile. It might come down to his board at the end.
Levon is like, when is my turn coming next? But Tanya, I cannot even make any predictions now. My last prediction was just thrown out of the window.
Sagar, don't be hard on yourself. This is Blitz. There is no place for predictions. Anything can happen at any moment.
Absolutely. And look at Humpy. You know, that is a look of her determination on her face. And she knows that she can do it for her team. Off we go.
Handshakes. Let's go. It starts with the King Spawn opening and Humpy replying with the same. We could see a Spanish or an Italian. It is the Spanish. Are we going to see a Berlin with the knight developing forward? And it is a very non-standard move by Humpy in the opening.
Agreed. It's not at all common there. And I think it's a smart call in Blitz games because it's the kind of throws your opponent off a bit. And she brings her knight on the other side of the board. We will have the live board in a bit. For now, it is a slightly offbeat opening. But look at Katrina Lagno's confidence. You know, look at that. She's very, very confident right now.
Both players, Sagar, have to bring out their best right now. And we see some trades in the center. Lagno falling back with the knight, hitting Humpy's bishop. She needs to defend that piece. She falls back, keeping it on an active diagonal. Meanwhile, Katrina Lagno continues with development.
Right. And ooh, the knight goes back.
And it's Humpy who takes the first think in this game. She's the one who's taken a pause, now trying to see how she wants to approach the middle game. An important moment to really just take control and visualize where exactly you want your pieces.
Absolutely. And right now, Humpy taking quite a long thing, Tanya. Lagno now has 30-second lead on the clock.
And Lagno playing aggressively there. She jumps in with the knight, asking questions to Humpy, and she says, you know what, you come in with your knight, I want that knight off the board. Humpy offering a trade, but with this we have an imbalance in the position. White has traded a knight for a bishop, and that's the start of a dynamic game.
Absolutely. And
pushing down the board, Sagar, on the king's side. Katrina Lagno is coming in with the pawns, trying to target Black's king side. And let's bring up our analysis board as quickly as we can as the position is heating up.
Right, we have the analysis board now, and Tanya, as you mentioned, there are bishops on the board for Lagno. Her last move wasn't the best. She brought her bishop back here, which perhaps the engines did not like it so much.
but it's such a natural-looking move. You come back with the bishop, you're eyeing that king side, the central pawns will advance, the bishop will get active, Humpy immediately striking in the center.
Nice move by Humpy there, and you can see the exclamation mark there. Actually, what she's doing is, she's getting rid of this pawn so that the knight and bishop can go there, but...
And this is why the bishop should have gone to a different square. Exactly the position that we have on the board right now. Humpy has an intermediate capture here in the center, which wouldn't have been available otherwise, but we can't really see it without the analysis board.
All right, we will try and get the analysis board up, but meanwhile, we can see on our player screen that Katrina Lano has pushed the pawn, attacking the knight. Humpy recaptures the pawn in the center, attacking Katrina's bishop.
Right. Ooh, this is getting sharp because she can take the knight, she can take the bishop.
That's a trade-off. And does Lano want it? Does she want to pick up that knight, give up the bishop, but open Black's king side? She's reaching out for the bishop, Sagar. I think she wants to play for the pressure on the king side. And she can also recapture Humpy's central pawn right now. And players there in, I think, under 2 minutes. Lano with a 30-second advantage on the clock.
Right. And what did she do? She captured it.
She captured it.
Both of them have captured it. And actually, the position is now turning slightly in Humpy's favor.
Well, it's a big moment. It's anyone's game right now because white will open up Black's king side. The pawn is looking both ways. Do you capture the pawn on the extreme right or the pawn towards the center of the board, drawing Black's king further into the game?
Right. And I think Katrina Lagno has a very important decision to make. If she captures here, I'm pretty sure Humpy will not take it and just park her king in front of it.
That's a really nice point because white's pawn there is actually Black's friend. You want that pawn to safeguard Black's king. If you take off both the pawns, let's say you take that pawn, Black takes the pawn, it opens up the H line for attack.
Yes, and then the queen could come in. She takes the F pawn, and now Humpy captures.
The king is coming out, but luckily white doesn't have too many pieces on the king side, otherwise it would be danger.
Absolutely.
This is now a very pleasant position for Humpy. I think she should be favored from here. She's also somewhat in control on the clock, so from a difficult beginning, this is now looking very, very promising for the Upgrade Mumba Masters.
Wow, Peter saying this is looking promising for the Upgrade Mumba Masters. Once the king falls back, a check has been given on the board. Humpy goes to the G8 square, comes back with the king, and Katrina Lano steps forward with the bishop. She doesn't care about that pawn which has infiltrated her camp. She goes with the bishop all the way to G5, pinning that knight.
And then the rook can swing over here, Tanya, and attack this knight. Meanwhile, Black's pieces are not yet developed.
This is a critical moment for Humpy. You can take that C2 pawn, but it's inviting trouble. The rook move that you pointed out would be big, big trouble. Instead, she develops her pieces, blocks the E line.
Yeah, that's a smart move there. Development is very important. But can Katrina Lagno get her rook here, attack the bishop, and then the knight?
And I think what Black is hoping for is to move up the board with the queen. You get away, get out of that pin. You also defend that bishop, keep the queen connected to the two pieces. But definitely sliding that rook to the center is on her mind. Peter, what do you make of this?
This is a mess, and they're down to very little time already, despite this being quite early in the game. And I'm still taking black because I think the cost of mistake for white is just much higher here. One wrong step and you're probably lost. Whereas for black, you maybe will lose your advantage if you play something that is not the best.
And now both players under a minute on the clock.
Yes,
25 seconds for Katrina Lano.
She gets her rook in. She got her rook to the center of the board. Tanya, this pawn is gone. You can't take here because you lose the queen with a check.
That pawn is going to be out of the board on the next move. It's bye-bye for that advanced pawn. But this is the moment that Black can step away from the pins that are existing right now. But Humpy trades the knight.
And now the queen check seems very, very strong to my eyes here.
You give it
the check here. That's what Peter wants to do. Oh, by the way, there was a big mistake. She should have taken first the pawn, attacked the queen, but she takes here, and now Humpy does not give the check. She moves forward. Rook takes and now gives a check.
But this is getting very dangerous for Black because for white because the rook can slide down.
No, play this and you will win a piece because it's pinned. And
That's a big
Humpy's
pin.
winning.
But that would require full board over, and Humpy first gives a check. The pin is still in the air. Will Humpy find the way to win that piece? Comes in with the rook. Now if you take the rook,
Why don't you take the rook? Because if you take with the queen, you can pick up the
She
bishop.
does. You have to take it with the pawn. Now if you step up with the pawn, then there's a check on e8. Watch out for the check.
Oh, that was smart. And now, white is still in the game.
Well, this is a massive relief for white. You can even take the black pawn now, but yeah, I think that was probably stronger.
Katrina Lagno is back.
She's back, but with just 2 seconds on the clock. Katrina is playing on second. She needs to make a move. It is on intuition now the players are playing.
Right, and I think Humpy's chances are better because knight is very tricky when you have less time.
So tricky. It is the trickiest piece jumping around, and the queen and knight conversation. And look at the way Humpy's picking up pawn after pawn.
Yeah, and the bishop is hanging. She goes back. Another pawn bites the dust. And I think Humpy is clearly better here.
Clearly better up on the clock. Can this be the championship game for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters?
Well, she's not going to accept a draw. The king is moving up. Tanya, we might have another draw coming in, perhaps. No, she moves the queen.
Wait.
How much time did she have?
She played that barely on seconds, and you can see it with the speed. And Katrina Lagno marching up the board. The king up the hill here.
The king
Hamdi could have won the queen in one move just now, but I think they're playing on such a low time that those calculations go out the window a little bit.
Yeah, and I think Katrina Lagno is now in the driver's seat because now look at her king. So active. Oh, but Humpy is attacking.
She's attacking. She's giving the checks, and you lose the bishop on the board. You don't have a way for the king to stay connected, and she just lost the bishop.
No, but the knight is
The knight is hanging as well.
I think this might end in a draw, Tanya. This might end in a draw.
Are you saying we're going to have another game? Oh, my goodness. And we see it's a 3 versus 2. 3 pawns for black, 2 pawns for white here. But it is Katrina Lagno who's attacking black's king and the pawns in the position.
Let's have the analysis board here so that our viewers can actually follow the action. Oh,
and
they agreed
a draw
to a draw!
And that's it. With checks being given, that is absolute madness. What a final and disappointment there on Humpy. She was so close to taking this.
Almost winning, and she knows it. She knows it, but she couldn't handle the nerves there. And Katrina Lagno has managed to hold it. 4 matches have drawn now. 4 games, right? Which means only 2 are left. Board number 1 and board number 4. No, there are 3 more left. 3 more.
matches.
Board 1, 3 and 6.
1, 3 and 6. If the card for number 6 gets picked up, that's huge advantage for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters. Once again, we'll have the drawing off the board. And there we see the captains are back with the trophy inside.
Tanya.
No one could have imagined this day to go like this, Sagar.
Tanya, do you know that technically this tournament can go on for months and decades?
I'm here for it. I am here for it. Let this go on for as long as it takes. And look at that, Katrina Lagno. She knows how difficult. What a save this was by her. Pure relief on the Triveni Continental Kings. And Grandmaster Srinath there. Oh my.
So the remaining pairings are now Levon versus MVL, Wei versus Vidit, and Javokir Sindarov versus Jonas Beer. So we have these 3 left.
Yeah, and let's do a little analysis of that. Levon versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. If that gets picked up, that's a very even match. We're going to find out. They're going to reveal. What do you make if it's Wei versus Vidit?
I think Wei might have a small edge there because Wei has beaten Vidit multiple times in this tournament. Although Vidit did beat him once
today. There he is. Sagar on the screen. He knows it could be him who has to play. 3 boards remain. We are about to have 1 card that is pulled out. Shuffling of the cards. Which board will it be? And it's board number 6.
6, is it? Yes, the junior board, the prodigy board we have. It is Javokir Sindarov.
And did you see that? Srinath is a happy man right now. This is the board the Upgrad Mumbai Masters were waiting for.
And look at Sindarov. He's like as quick to the board as he can. But Jonas Beer can actually just win this game and win it for his team. He might have lost many games here in winning positions, but this is his chance to redeem himself.
This could be the redemption game that Jonas is hoping for. It has been a tough one. Sindarov knows he has the big edge. He can feel the pressure. It all comes down to this. This is the biggest advantage board for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters.
Absolutely, and I think Sindarov really thrives under pressure. He is, I think, the right choice for Upgrad Mumbai Masters. Look at Humpy there. She is sort of in disbelief that how did she miss that win?
It's Blitz, Sagar. Anything can happen, but that was indeed a slip. And the Triveni Continental Kings get one more lifeline. Will Jonas be able to do what he hasn't done today so far?
Absolutely.
Will he be able to hold or perhaps win and just get the championship? What a hero that would make him.
That would be a complete dream story. You know, if Jonas can win today, that would be huge. But clearly, Javokir Sindarov is the favorite here. He's beaten his opponent 4 times out of 4 today.
And all he needs to do is get that win one more time. It would mean more than anything, as that would mean match over, championship over for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters. They can take it in this one. A huge favorite, Sindarov. He is the Uzbek phenom. He has been a standout prodigy in the world of chess. Can he do it this time?
You know, Tanya, yesterday when the day began, we never thought we would have 4 matches that would go in such way. And today, we've already had so many games. What is just happening in this tournament? It is perhaps the most exciting event I've ever witnessed.
It's truly a script that you could not have written, Sagar, if you tried to. The fact that we had Triveni Continental Kings and the Upgrad Mumbai Masters make it to the final, and the dream final that we've been treated to. Really, it's been played out. The players have played their hearts out today.
Right. And did you see? No one wants to watch the games now. They are all putting their hands on over their eyes and they're like, we can't handle it anymore.
Wow, what a moment this is for Jonas Beer. Can he save the day? Can he save the team? Handshakes, and we go.
E4. Oh, we have the Sicilian on the board and we have the analysis board right from the start. We can have it on our screens, and we have the Najdorf on the board.
On the night of one of the most aggressive chess openings by Black, and Sindarov takes a pause.
He goes for the little pawn move on the side of the board. Very quick play by these players. I think by the time they finished the openings, they would have reached 320 or 330 because every move has 2-second increment.
Oh, and the queens are off the board. With the queens off the board, one thing's for sure, Sindarov, known to be this tactician, all those attacks can be put to rest for the time being. It's a queenless middle game right now.
Yes, I agree, Tanya. So slightly good news there for Jonas, but you know, Sindarov has shown on multiple occasions that he can play all sorts of positions.
And we see the bishop and knights have also been traded off at the center of the board. And now it is once again Sindarov going into a think. And Jonas more time than what he started with. 3 minutes, 13 seconds on the clock.
They know their stuff out of the opening.
It's Sagar. This one, I am scared for the Triveni Continental Kings. Sindarov is such a beast when it comes to these situations.
Right. And also the opening has gone slightly in his favor. Maybe we can have quickly Master Swidler's thoughts on the opening. What do you think here? Is White pressing?
White has the pair of bishops, so in general you would prefer their position, but Black has a decent blockade on the dark squares. It's a very sharp sharp endgame, and both players are only now starting to think, which is really what impressed me the most. The amount of opening knowledge in what seemed like a fairly obscure sideline of the Najdorf.
Wow. Opening knowledge of these youngsters is so good, Tanya, because they are working so hard on their chess all the time.
And Sagar, I have no doubt that they were preparing for this game, because that number can be pulled out at any moment. And for Jonas, it's a big one. He definitely knew what he was going in for. But we've seen Jonas, for him, the big problem is when the clock runs low. Positions are under control, but in those time scrambles, he often makes the big blunders.
And that is exactly what Sindarov will do. He'll keep making his moves quickly, bring Jonas down on time, and then expect and wait for that error.
That is the strategy in the Blitz game. We see the knight jumped in, attacking the rook. Now the rook jumps up, attacking the knight. Will he plant that knight with the pawn push? Is that the idea?
That's the only move, Tanya. Your knight is almost trapped
I think he was intending to push e4, and now he realizes knight b7 check is very strong. So this is why the pause, and this is why you have to make this slightly uncomfortable move with the other pawn.
He does push the pawn, giving away more light squares in the position. Notice how White has a light squared bishop, but Black doesn't. You can't challenge those weaknesses. You can't defend those weaknesses. And now Sindarov going into a think. Is he thinking about going in with that check that Peter was pointing out?
This check could be possible, Tanya. Also, the knight dropping back and hitting this bishop could be possible. So, a lot of possibilities in the air.
I think you probably preserve all of that, and for now you remove the bishop away from the attack square, and you keep all of those options open, and you also keep your opponent guessing, which I think is a massive advantage when you're playing Blitz, because the more warriors your opponent has, the better.
Right.
But it's almost a minute advantage for Jonas.
Wow.
Sindarov is down to a minute and a half on the clock. That's a minute deficit.
Right, and Sindarov, maybe, is he feeling the pressure now, Tanya?
I think when the expectations are on you, and like we've been saying that both 6 is such a big advantage, it's clear to him that the team is relying on him for this win.
Right, and he's moving the knight. He gives a check.
He gives a check coming in. If the king steps up attacking the knight, he wants to pick up the dark squared bishop.
And you can see the bar shifted there completely. Suddenly, Jonas is better now.
He's better. He picks up the king. It's a nice spot for the king, just defended by white's pawn. That pawn on d5 is black's friend right now, keeping the king very safe on that central square. White has a threat of picking up that knight and then picking up the pawn once the pawn recaptures.
Right.
Just moving it back is quite strong. Yeah, just calmly moving it back. And black wants to put that knight on f6 and then start pushing all the pawns black has in the center.
Ooh, those central pawns can become so nasty. And that, therefore, Sindarov brings his bishop back.
Jonas right now just needs to believe in himself.
Right.
He needs to find that confidence within himself that, yes, however the day has gone, he's got a good position and just focus on what's on the board. He's not only fighting Sindarov, he's also fighting an inner battle.
Absolutely. And this one, if he manages to win for his team, what a big moment that would be. And he's doing everything right until now.
Absolutely, Sagar. He is also up on the clock. He's got advantage on the board as well. The central pawns, once there's a good moment, will start marching down the board. Maybe it's time. Maybe you just don't care about the queen side and push that pawn one step ahead on the E-line.
But you know, Tanya, I like Sindarov's last move because he's like, if you take here, my rook will open up in the position, and he likes it. And later on, he can take with his rook and enter.
If there's a check that comes on that black king, that would just change the whole game.
Right.
That king needs to be there. It needs to feel safe. So I don't think it's a good idea to trade and allow white's rook the activity. Time is of the essence, literally and metaphorically right now, as Jonas touches the 1 minute mark.
Right, he needs to speed up, but I like your suggestion, which was to simply push the pawn down the board. That would make them very strong. Oh, he takes it.
He takes it. And I think the idea is if you recapture with the rook, he wants to challenge that C-line, get his own rook into the game. And he does it, offering a trade.
He brings the other rook in, and now Jawahir Sindarov is doing well. He needs to find this little check in the position, Tanya. And he finds it.
He does it. And there are tactics everywhere. If black captures and then white recaptures, black takes that pawn, there is a potential check on the board. And now we can see this position. If white gives a check, there's still the pawn advancing. It's not a skewer.
Ooh, but you know, now black is a pawn up. And I think what Sindarov essentially saying is that it's okay if I'm a pawn down, but I have the 2 bishops.
And it's an open game. 2 bishops are super powerful when the board is open. And right now, Sindarov is targeting black's king. He wants to create chances against the black king. He makes sure the bishop doesn't stay blocked by black's pawn, brings it to the center of the board. 1, 2, 3 you're pointing out, and they'll start giving checks. The rook coming onto the C-line, and things could get very tricky for black.
You need 3 pieces to attack, and that's exactly what Sindarov is doing. He's kind of coordinating his 3 pieces.
Wow. And there we see it is Jonas again. He's gone down on the clock, and Sagar, this is when I worry for him because we've seen him.
Yeah. This is where he goes wrong generally, and he needs to be calm.
He needs to be calm and he needs to still be accurate because it's a tricky position. White with a big threat of capturing that pawn on the extreme left.
Ooh, and the rook had to go back.
Forcing Jonas to go on the defense there.
Right, and now good move. Last one was a good move, and Sindarov now pauses. He has 28 seconds. Jonas has 21 seconds.
And so these are the trickiest moves to answer because it's a little move. You keep the position as is and you throw the ball to the opponent.
And he pushes the pawn. Now, this pawn can be a strength as well as a weakness. The king comes up, wants to attack the pawn. The chain is now created, 3 pawns in a row.
That's a pawn chain. The best way to target is target the base. You need to get to that g5 pawn. He strikes to the center of the base,
Tanya,
and this disrupts black's pawn structure.
Tanya, we are seeing another draw, it seems to me. Because
Sagar,
right now
soon.
pieces are getting traded.
Too soon. With these 2 bishops and the rook still on the board, black's king in the open. It's still too soon to call this a draw. I would pick white here.
You know,
Ooh,
one of the bishops is gone. And Tanya, this is draw now. This is going to end in a draw. We are going to have our 4th draw in a row.
He moves up with the king. He moves up with the king. Peter, what are the chances of this ending in a draw?
I thought huge, but with the last couple of moves and with how little time they have, it's very difficult to call still. I think draw is favored now.
Oof. Another draw would mean the 5th game to decide the sudden death. And there we see the bishop falls back. Look at that. He wants to play for the attack. He wants to play for the attack on the D-line. The 3 pieces lined up on the D-line could be big trouble for black.
Jonas should find a way to exchange one of the bishops somehow, because these bishops are so powerful.
And Sagar, this is what I've been saying. It's the fight against Black's king. 2 bishops and rook building an attack, and he doesn't repeat.
No, Sindarov is not going to take a draw.
Doesn't take the draw there.
He is pressing risk-free here.
Oof. And now, finally, one of the bishops has been traded.
He's a pawn up.
He's got a pawn, but you can't target that B pawn. And look at that. He gives a check, but there's no way to defend that pawn. He finds it.
This should be a safe draw now for Jonas Bier, who is very close to doing a very, very important job for his team. Something he hasn't been able to do in the first couple of games against Sindarov today.
Absolutely, Peter. If Jonas saves this, and look at him, he's shivering right now, Sagar. Look at those hands. He hesitates to make a move, now playing under 10 seconds for both players.
90% this should end in a draw, Tanya. But
Sagar, I still think it's too soon to call.
Yeah, I mean, of course, there's still chances.
There's a check. There's a check.
Check pushing back. The knight is so beautifully placed, defending the pawn and not letting white push his own pawn.
To create a passer. White's dream is to create a passer, but that one black pawn clamps down the 2 pawns on the queen side. But
Knight before now. Oh no, knight rook takes a5. No.
And now Sindarov is going to play this out till the very end. He's not going to let Jonas get away easy with it, Sagar. Jonas will have to fight for this one.
Right, and there you have it, a repetition, and we are back. King moves up. Maybe right now there are no changes in the evaluation. It's still very equal.
And he steps in with the bishop. No repetition.
Whoa!
Jonas won!
Jonas Bear has done it. The Triveni Continental Kings are the champions of the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League.
That ended in a flash. He missed a mate in 1. He missed a mate in 1.
We have a winner. And it is Jonas Bear who gets the job done for his team. Checkmating Sindarov, a mate in 1. Celebrations there. An unbelievable finish.
No one can believe it. Jonas was under pressure. He was a pawn down, but he kept going. And in that last moment, Sindarov got overconfident. And
Levon can't believe it. Nobody can believe what happened. Jonas Bear, after losing 4 games to Sindarov, is the hero. He is the MVP. He's the one who gets the championship for the Triveni Continental Kings. What a guy.
What a story this is. Unbelievable. You could have never written that script.
Oh my goodness. And look at the hugs and the celebration come in. But the man who needs the hugs, the man who deserves the hugs, is the one on your screen, Jonas Bear there. A heartbreaking moment for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters. What a turnaround this was. A mate in 1 finishes the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League.
Absolutely. I think Sindarov really wanted to win that game and he overpressed, and Jonas was so alert there in that moment. Full credit to him. Triveni Continental Kings are the champions, the first ever Global Chess League champions, Tanya.
They are the winners. They've won on the board and they've won hearts with their team spirit. And there we see, this is the moment that belongs to Jonas Bear. This is his moment to shine. When it mattered the most, he kept it solid with the black pieces. Sagar, I'm surprised we're not seeing tears on Jonas's face. He's got to be feeling the emotions right now.
I'm sure he is. He is so happy right now.
So happy.
Let's get thoughts of Master Swidler here. What are your thoughts?
Remember, halfway through the qualifying round, they were in dead last. They won the last 4 of the qualifying matches, and then today happened. I don't know how to describe today. Today was a day unlike any other.
Absolutely no words for what we've just witnessed. This is pure magic, pure beauty, the power of chess. And there we see high fives and the celebrations. A team that was at the bottom of the leaderboard just 4 days ago, Sagar. Slowly going back up, winning match after match, the turnarounds that they did, making it to the finals, coming back in the Blitz. And then the one player who felt like the weak spot is the one who brings the championship.
Absolutely. That was brilliant by Jonas Bear. And let's go to a break and see you all on the other side.
Triveni Continental Kings are the champions of the Global Chess League, and the man who got the job done is joining us in the studio. It is Jonas Bear. Jonas, congratulations. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling really good. You know, after a tough day for me, finally I managed to strike back.
And at the moment that it counted the most,
exactly.
Tell us what happened today.
Well, this last game was incredibly tense. Like, we got down on time and it was going back and forth. Like, it could go either way for all the game, I think. So it's a really exciting game.
Wow. Are you still shivering?
Yes.
Wow, Jonas has been an incredible hero today for the Triveni Continental Kings. And another player who has been the hero for the team is Sarah Kadim. And we have Ketty joining Sarah.
Confused. He was talking about... I'm good. Oh, here we are with Sarah Hadem, the player who started all this madness. You guys have seen so many games, but Sarah was the one. Sarah, congratulations on the victory for your team.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it was a really close match, I would say, and we all predicted it before the tournament. All the teams, I mean, both teams were really deserved this. And if you see the whole match, it was full of, comebacks and ups and downs. So it was really close. But I would say the moment that one player had to play the match, I was telling my teammates that I don't want to be that player, and in the same moment I got selected, so it was the most stressful game of my life.
So tell us the moment when checkmate actually happened on the board and there was a screaming and there was a lot of emotions. We couldn't understand who won the game. So tell us, describe that moment when you knew that that was it, you won it.
No, obviously, Katya was telling it behind the scenes that there are some checkmates possibilities for Jonas, but I think all of us are really delighted that he did it because the whole tournament he was having such good positions and he was so unlucky in the event. So when it was him who actually won us the cup, we all feel really great about that.
Thank you so much. Congratulations once again. You are probably the most happiest people right now as your team won and won also the trophy and also the first prize. And now, you guys, we're going back to the studio with more guests for you.
Thanks, Keddy. Thanks, Sarah. Sarah described her sudden death game as the most stressful moment of her life. Was it similar for you?
Yes, very much. It was extremely tense, like the whole game too. But I was just trying not to think too much about the situation. Just focus on the game.
Yeah. You lost 4 games today to Sindarov. How can you even get that thing that you can win it today? What was going through your mind?
Again, I really had to not think about it, yeah. But I had some good positions, I think. But yeah, I lost control of those. But yeah, I had to just focus on this last game.
And you managed to do that just when it was required. Jonas, what is it like when you know that your board can be pulled out and you could be the one fighting for your team? How does that feel? And are you hoping that your board gets called on or you'd rather someone else plays?
It's a tough question. It was nerve-wracking, of course. But yeah, I was nervous. But then again, I tried to focus on the game. And of course, I'm very happy now that I managed to make a difference for the team.
Just when it counted the most, Sagar. What a final that was.
Absolutely. I want to know, what was it that your teammates told you before you went to play? Did Levon tell you anything?
Yeah, just, fight. That's what he's been saying through the whole tournament. Fight, that's all you can do.
And I think he mentioned something very important, that no matter how many games you have lost, if you can win that one crucial game, you can turn it around. And I think you did that.
Yeah, that's what Lok said as well. It's always the last game that counts.
It is the last game that counts. I think that's beautifully put, Jonas. And they did. The Triveni Continental Kings did make it count. We will be back with Jonas after this short break. Don't go anywhere. Jonas Beer getting the win against Javokir Sindarov, clinching the victory for the Triveni Continental Kings. A fairy tale story this feels like for the Triveni Continental Kings. Jonas, I want to ask you, at the start of the day, could you have ever imagined the way the finals have played out?
Well, of course, I didn't imagine that it would go down to so many games. It was incredible. Yeah, I'm really proud of the way we fought all the way through.
Is this one of the most memorable days in your chess career?
Definitely, yes.
And what's it been like to play alongside Levon and the team that you've had and the great team spirit that we've been seeing?
Oh, it was amazing. Like, we were struggling at some point in the main bracket, yeah, but I think we had a great team spirit and we were fighting and we managed to fight back and actually made it to the finals. So, yeah.
Huge congratulations, a brilliant win there. And Sagar, now it is time for celebrations as we head over to the closing ceremony of the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League to celebrate with the champions.
Well, hello, chess fans. What an unbelievable day it's been today. Certainly nail-biting, and it's been a pleasure to witness it live. The show put on by the Chess Maestros has just been unbelievable. The league has made waves around the world, and I have met fans who come from all over the globe. Now, let's welcome the presentation party. Well, led by His Highness Sheikh Sultan bin Khalifa Al Nahyan. Anand Mahindra, Chairman, Mahindra Group. CP Gurnani, CMD Tech Mahindra. Arkady Djokovic, FIDE President. Mohit Joshi, CMD Designate Tech Mahindra. Jagdish Mitra, Chairperson, GCL Board. Samir Pathak, CEO of the GCL. Thank you, gentlemen. Well, now we're going to felicitate the runners-up, which were the Upgrad Mumbai Masters, team owner Suhail Chandok. Woo! Srinath Narayan, the team manager. Our wonderful players, Vidit Gujarati, Alexander Grushuk, Kanero Humpy, Harika Dronavali, Javaro Sinarov, Maxime Bashi Lagrov. Well, congratulations to all of you over there. Now it's time to announce the winners. As you know, it's Triveni Continental Kings. Team owner Tarun Soni and Akash Primson. Manager Luke Van Velde. So if I can call them forward, Wei Yi, Yu Yangi, Katrina Lagno, Sarah Kadam and Jonas Bear, and our icon player Levin Arionen. Congratulations to our winners. If I can please request Your Highness and Mr. Mahindra to please step forward to award the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League trophy to the icon player and to this fantastic team, please. There we have it. 3, 2, 1. Woo! Congratulations, Levon. If you can please join the rest of your players. Three, 2, 1. Woo!
Beautiful scene we can see from the playing hall. The Triveni Continental King holding the winner's trophy. And look at that, Levon Aronian holding the trophy. He did some amazing work with his team. And one could have never imagined that the Triveni Continental Kings would be standing on top of the champions podium after what happened midway through the tournament. But they never gave up. And Yu Yangi now holding that trophy. You would never see him smiling so much. But today is the day, and the man of the moment, Jonas Pierre, receiving a lot of applause from the crowd there, and also from the Triveni Continental Kings. We have Akash and now Wei Yi holding that trophy. Wonderful scenes there as each and every player holding it, and I think that was the secret to their team's success. Each and every player doing so well. The first season of the Global Chess League has been completed in favor of Triveni Continental Kings, and we will be back very soon with the second season. Until then, guys, thank you all for following this amazing tournament.